Hmm. All right. Okay, that's good. Is there a lag? What's going on here? There it is. Okay, we got that. We need to move that to there. Boop. Hmm. Hey, Zol, how's it going? Can you hear me? My refresh rate is a dog poo. Is there a lag? How are we doing here? No, it's pretty good. All right, hold on. Oh, good. How have you been? I'm trying to get. We have class crits today, so it's been always a joy. I need to figure out where everyone uploaded their files. Right? You haven't been through one of my crits yet if you don't know. Yeah, we started a new class on Saturday, so these are the critiques. Um, so Henry, I have a question. Was it obvious where? Okay, cool. Thank you. And do you think everyone in class is pretty? Is it? Was it easy to get here? Okay, so what I need to do is find the link on the page so I know what Dropbox. Hold on. Let's see. File requests. I imagine it's this one. Yep. Okay, here they are. So this is all old from where? 828. So I think that these. Right? 828, 528. Let's move all these to there. Okay, good. Sometimes things are a little squirrely. I guess when he set the record, he didn't record Monday, or we got 15 seconds of Saturday's class. I can't wait to move to modular education. All right, so we have these. Open. going to be like this, is it? Oh shit, there's no sound here, is there? No wonder I can't hear anything. I'm used to the web. Oh hell. Well, no, there's. Yeah. Crap. No, so there's no audio feedback here. So I can't we can't talk. Hmm. That's troublesome. Was there a way through Discord? Is there a way through Discord to get audio calls into Twitch? I see there are a few people out there. Does anyone know about that? Um, One sec. Give me 1 second, and I will ask my friend here. 1 sec. Be right back. He's in the bathroom. Give me a second. It's going to be one of those days, isn't it? All right, 1 second. If anyone sees anyone new come in, please tell them that I'm trying to figure out if we can get vote audio in here. I think there's a way through Discord to do it. I just don't know. My friend probably does. He's posted up in the bathroom. My God, what is he doing in there? Well, I have a Discord server. I just almost never use it. I don't know much about it. I was told that I needed to set one up. Hold on, let me see if we can get it going here. Do I not have it on here? Well, let's download it. I do have a server. I just, hey Shingo. Oh, so if you go, give me 1 second. Um, my friend has posted up in the bathroom. Good God. So all you have to do is if you go to Pixelogic, Pixelogic. And then if you go to support, go to resources. And, oh, sorry. Let's get this. Go into mat caps. Go to mat. And it's the fourth one from the bottom. It's this one right here. Mod Dirty Blue number 1. All right, so. All right, bathroom planter. Come here, I have a question for you.
Yes, it was.
Close the door
fine.
behind
That's
you. That was funny. I hear the
Interesting.
toilet flush, and then like 10 minutes later, I'm like, all right. So,
I walked in and flushed the toilet.
of course, Shingo. All right, so isn't there a way through Discord to get voice interaction?
Yeah.
So people,
Can join and talk to you. Yeah.
right? So we can actually have a conversation instead of, like, I
Talking.
just realized there's no audio feedback here, but we can do it through Discord.
Through Discord, yeah. You can also moderate some people, so like when you're in there and they're talking, and then other people come in and start being rude, they have the power to be like, "Silence, mortal," and then they banish them to the shadow realm or whatever. And yeah.
Oh, fuck off. All right,
Are you
so
streaming right now?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
We're live. Well, kind of. I'm trying to get this done before. Why are
For like
my-
you're semi-live, do you even have a camera set up?
No, for the most part during the crits, I don't have a camera.
All right.
With class, I don't usually have a
They
camera.
don't see my amazing sculpted body and my wonderful jawline and
Yes, they are.
the dreamboat that is my Greek god body. They don't see that.
Yeah, yo didn't know that I was here with Adonis, did you? Well, thank you, Jerry. I'm glad to hear that. That's really why I stream, you know? And hopefully, once the internet gets better, I'll stream a lot more from home. I have to drive like a half hour to get in here.
Good freaking luck.
Yeah, I would love to look at it. Today, so you know I stream on Mondays, right? Actually, I was supposed to do a critique last Monday, but my back threw out, so I couldn't. There was no getting here. Okay, hold on.
Do you already have it downloaded?
I think I just here.
Oh,
You
it's
figure
on.
that shit out.
Oh.
I'll talk. You figure it out. Oh, there it is.
There you go. And then enter your stuff.
I don't know my password
Your
anymore.
credentials. You don't know your password? Sounds like we're making a new account now.
No.
We need to figure this out.
I love that I always do this shit live and.
Oh, yeah.
Oh wait. Where's my phone? I think I have Discord here.
Oh.
Sorry, guys. Everybody gets to wait for me to sort crap out. I'm never prepared. That's a running theme. I apologize. Let's go here. I think I have Discord here.
Nice.
Okay, close. So I just scanned this with Discord mobile app. Oh, just
No text channels. Oh, okay, I see now.
so where does it say?
you looking for you?
Well, it says Discord mobile app to log in, but where do I scan that?
Maybe you click on your profile at the bottom right, and then scan QR code.
No, you mean those words that say scan QR code?
Yeah, and then
Hey, you did it.
Woohoo! Okay. So there we go. We're on Discord.
You're in.
Now we have to figure. No, okay, so there's Discord. Figure out how to.
huh? Oh, just click on your channel.
Well, that is my channel. You have them. Oh no, it's right.
Yeah,
Okay, hold on.
I don't want to take this up with HR. Reach into your shirt to grab it.
You touched me inappropriately.
Oh man.
No.
Nope, that's not the one. Where are you?
I don't know.
Are you ba da 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 da? Which one?
How the we're in me.
Right here. I think no, that's your front.
No.
House of Wigglesbach. Bam.
Oh,
that,
there we go.
that makes sense. Bam. There we go.
You really don't know how to use a stylus, do you?
Just double click, and then if you want, you can just go right there. Now you're in general, and anyone that wants to come in, you send them a link.
Okay, but no. So how do you get?
Okay, so you see the little plus right up there. You see the little person with the plus sign next to it. You're gonna click that. Boom. Okay, now you're in. Now it's hidden because you're streaming. Just click copy. There you go, and then you can post it in your Twitch.
Boom.
And you've opened the floodgates.
Okay, but now how do we talk?
Oh, you're talking.
No, but I mean, how do they talk to me? How do I hear them talk?
Oh, do you have headphones?
Yes.
Okay, plug it in, and then you're good to go.
I can hear them?
Yep, they can just join general and talk to you.
Really?
Yep.
Well, who the hell knew? Hello, can you hear me?
Well, let's go into the chat and see if anyone's joined yet.
Oh, I hear someone.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, it's Henry.
Hey, Henry. Woohoo!
Yeah.
Look at that. We now have sound in class.
We have lift off.
Yay. That
Rocket
wasn't too
science
painful either. Okay, Jerry, give me 1 second. I believe the link is http bugga zebra dot tsw. Does that work? Okay, so no, that is not it. Okay, 1 second. We'll figure this out. We need to go to Twitch. Oh, I know what we need to do. ZBrush Live. One second. Bing. I love Bing doesn't give you what you want. Look at that. I typed in live. Okay, look at this, right? Now let's go to Google. This is why Bing sucks, is it doesn't give you... Now let's type in ZBrush Live here. Oh look, goodness gracious. The first thing that comes up is what? ZBrush Live. How can Bing suck so bad? Yeah, feel free to join. Just know that this session is really for the class because they don't have enough bandwidth to use their GoToMeeting. I don't mind people being here. Just, be polite once the class starts and, feel free to, sit and watch. But we try to keep it. But yes, please join my Discord. And as you can see, I don't know much about it. So we're still working on this one. Hello. All right, hold on. Presenters. Oh my God, do I actually have to find a picture of myself to get this to work? Oh yeah, there we go. How funny is that? Now this should, oh no, I see. I'm just retarded.
Hey guys.
Welcome.
No, no, no.
Welcome.
Stop. We don't want to listen to that crap. We are trying to get this. I think this has the link in it. For live review. Yeah, here we go. Hello. Now let's test that one. There you go. So this coming up Monday, I'll do crits, upload that file, and I'll look at it. Hey, Daisuke, how's it going? If you upload that file, then I'll be able to, I'll deal with it Monday. Because today's crits are for the class. But please, please join. All right, so we're still a little early. It's good to see you, my friend. How are things going for you? Okay, so I guess, Henry, are you still here? I need to give this Discord. That's funny. Oh, I'm not necessarily known. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm clicking the wrong button. Yes, I'm still here. I posted links to the chat and to the posts on Artist Awake.
Okay, wonderful. I appreciate it. Sorry, I'm trying here, man.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm trying. I'm like, for someone who's decided to make, life on the internet his life, I suck at it. I'm like, I can't see prompt my way out of a paper bag. So, Jerry, they do record them. So even if, you're not there, we'll get to it and they'll have it recorded. Okay, so let's see what we have here. Okay, that's that. I need to go to Dropbox. See if there are any. What? Yeah, you're an idiot. Let's refresh. Okay. So we have these. I did download them, so they will be in the download folder. Boop. Extract all. All right, so let's just get these in. Jesus, I don't even know how to use Windows. Okay. that's not a lily. Someone's already making rings. Look at that. There's always a show off, isn't there? Shingo, like I said, I don't mind people participating. It's just, you know, for the class, I'd prefer it be the class and interaction, at least, you know, while we're working. If you want to type in a question, feasibly we can get to it, but you know, just trying to be fair to the people who are actually paying, you know. I oh, one second, let me close this door. So Nadia, are you part of the class, or did you upload to ZBrush? Yeah, I mean, later on when things become informal, I'm sure it's fine. It's just okay. Well, let's see. Sorry, I once again I do apologize to the class for this being in a public forum, but I don't. This really isn't. You know, they just schedule the one class a week, but I don't think a class can function without critiques. So I'm giving you the critique day, you know. That way we have a full day of the actual coursework, and then we have a full day of crits, so I don't have to be skimpy on the crits, you know. And also these days turn into a big question and answer. So this is the only way that I've been able to solve the problem. So I hope no one is irked, but you're getting a free day. I don't want to hear it. I don't see it here. Did you use the link from the class? Hey Shay, how's it going? Is it still uploading by some chance? Oh, you know what? Is this going to YouTube? Because YouTube records better. Oh, it says live now. Okay. So we are live. Let me just see if it has. No, these aren't titled. I guess I have to go in and edit the title. But it's recording, so you'll be able to find the recordings at YouTube. Well, when you do your conversions, very often that creates a watertight model, especially if you're not, if you have a high detailed sculpt, often they're not watertight. But do you go through the analysis tools? So within, where are these? They've been out of my menu for so long that, uploaded on Thursday. Sorry, one second. No. Oh, there you are. Sorry. My bad. can't I still don't know how to. Sorry, I just looked at the dates. Well, it's yesterday. Yeah, I must have just grabbed it. I apologize. Download. All right, there you go. You're in. Thanks for. Yeah, no. Thank you for showing me that. Okay, so just real quick, Jerry, let's see. Why would you convert it to an OBJ if you're that I don't that's weird actually. If your ZTL is watertight, there is no reason that your STL isn't. Now if they're putting it in a Magix, Magix has a button that's actually designed or has a setting that's actually designed for low resolution models, and it will fail every model if that's checked. Often people use that to kind of jerk people around and charge them to repair the tools. They use that button. It's really kind of nasty. Let's see. If you on Monday, if you upload the file, let's look at it and we'll try it and see what it does. Because there's no reason for it not to be watertight if it is watertight within ZBrush. Well, Magix will deal with it, but you have to have the settings correct or it mangles the meshes. I mean, I get why. Okay, Juan just uploaded something. Let's download that. All right. Boop.
It looks like you've got one from Nigel there too in your folder on accident. Nigel's in the class.
Oh, that is so weird. Was it this one? Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He uploaded on 9/1.
Oh, I guess I just looked at the date and see, that's why no one should trust me on things like this. This is why I need help. Yeah, Fix Wizard's nice. Okay, so for everyone in class, if you go to the Discord thing, I know I'm very, very, Shai Saliba, one sec. No, come on. Copy link. I'll post it again. If you go to Discord, you can talk. And during the crits, being able to talk is rather helpful. All right, what time is it? Oh, we still have plenty of time. I think this might be my updated interface. Oh, so that's the question. Did you guys get... Here, let's just do this real quick just to make sure. I think I gave you guys the updated interface.
We had to go out to your normal Discord to get your updated interface. It's not in the Vertex resources.
Okay. Remind me of that. I have to remember. So here, just to give you an idea, this is my Dropbox because I have a folder for like all of my clients, right? This is my Dropbox folder. So it's a little trickier for me to remember where things are. So I'm assuming it's this folder, but I could be really wrong. So I need to make sure that, because I'm guessing it's here. So actually, will someone, does this look like the assets folder?
Yeah,
Okay, so let's try this.
yeah, that's exactly what we see in the assets folder.
Okay, so let me, yeah, let's do this. I apologize once again, guys. It's, it can be taxing sometimes. And I'm trying to get the modular site done by October 1st. So we're just jamming videos, and the fact that I have to leave my house to come do these sessions. So I have a portable computer and my computer at home. And it's like, oh, is it on the hard drive of the computer? Is it this? I'm not the most organized person in the world. I do apologize. Okay, so let me... Okay, this is the folder you have. I need to find Dropbox. Let's go here. I think it's here. Video. Oh, here it is. Boop. I can copy and paste this, can't I? Yeah, copy, paste, so it's in.
I don't think that's the newest one either.
Oh, is it not?
No,
Oh no,
it's,
you're
2021 CUI 8-28.
What did I just do with that? I know that it was in this folder. Okay, well, first of all, let's delete these because that's just going to be a problem. And let's go to, I don't know if any of you use everything. This is the greatest search thing in the world because it actually indexes everything. It's awesome. So, what's it called? 20. Okay, hold on. Copy. Whoa. That gets so confusing. Where's everything? All right, there it is. Okay, so I just need to, goodness gracious, here. All right, there we go. So these need to go away. All right, delete for everyone. Right? And actually I need to get this, copy, paste. Okay, there we go. Now, was that the only thing that was missing out of the assets folder? Someone mentioned something about the assets folder that...
I think so. There was some confusion over the name of the folder. Someone thought it was from an older class since it was...
Oh, because it says assets 2020. I think that's... yeah, that... Don't stress about that one.
But other than that, I think it was good. All of your plugins, like the plugin folder...
Are old.
That might
Yeah. Well, at least that'll give people... Because I think I mentioned the first class that they all got updated. You might want to download them.
yeah.
At least this is a list. I will download these and make sure this is updated. I can do that today. Nope, Kermit, you're not late. We're still going through my inability to be organized. Okay, so that's that. That is that. Now, the other thing we need... Okay, so let's do this. Give me a class roll call. If you're in the class, just say hi or hello, I'm here, or hands up or whatever, just so I know how many people are here at the moment.
I'm here, Tomas. I'm here.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I just changed that. Yeah, it's the same link. It's the same link, so you can go in there and grab it from there. Okay. So for people in the class, vocalizing is kind of important for critiques. I like, Euro's response back. The only way to get audio in Twitch is if you join if you join Discord, and then you can talk. You'll have to ask Henry a little bit about it, because I couldn't figure that out until earlier today. So
If you just click your Discord link, it'll pretty much walk you through, and then all you have to do once you're in it is click the word general in the left, and you'll just join up on voice.
Wonderful.
It's pretty easy.
Yeah, no. So now I have a question. Can everyone hear you talk?
That I don't know.
Oh, now that's interesting.
Hey, Carmeet, Nadia, and yeah, you guys can hear me? Oh, I see a no. I see a yes and a no right under.
Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate. Great. That's very nice. I never understood Discord, but just this feature alone makes Discord's incorporation with Twitch really nice. Oh, is my volume low?
I think mine is low.
Oh. No, okay, good. Well, there's no speaker. I've got headphones on, so it's got to be coming through. It's just probably a line volume issue there.
Yeah, I had my input volume turned down pretty low. Is that any better or worse?
I mean, for me, it's perfectly loud. Okay. So for people in the class, oh, there you go. That's good. For people in the class, will you do me the favor and sign up on Discord? Because I would prefer to be able to, communicate with you. Good. The other thing is there's always a lag, and I'm like, the lag has now got me. So I've been recording these courses, right? Okay, no hurry. This isn't like the class days where we have a schedule. There are only, because he has so many people teaching classes there are only so many slots in the GoToMeeting. So this is on my Twitch. We can do this until midnight if we need to. So all right. So let's go to my Discord. Yeah, not so much. Oh, I did that on purpose. So you said that you open your Discord page, and then
we've got a bunch of people joining up in the Discord now. I think they're trying to figure out how to get into chat. So yeah,
there,
general
okay.
Right there above TSW on the left.
Am I just an idiot? Where's TSW? Oh, here, general.
Here.
Here. Sorry, I was looking at the top. So if you click here, Oh, I see. There are only two of us
There
here.
you go. There you go.
Yeah, so you click here and...
And that's it.
Oh, that's it?
Yep.
Oh, great. Okay. I feel so lonely. I didn't know Discord had so many groovy things. Okay, hold on. See, at least, see, now this is nice that Discord has streamer mode, because I cannot tell you how many of my classes, and on a couple streams where I've typed in passwords. Oh, it was the stream last class. I had it blocked out, but I had the keystroke because some of them wanted to see my keystroke, so I had keystroke showing, and so they could see my password. I'm not the sharpest tack in the box sometimes.
Unfortunately, that's a request I'm going to make of you for next class. I also want to see your keystrokes, but I'll start screaming if you.
Well, here.
type in a password.
We can, I can turn on keystrokes now too. Top of the screen. Okay. Let's see if it's. No? Oh, shit. I know. I'm a dork. I do it all the time too. That's what's really sad. Okay, so let's go here. Keystrokes. There it is. Okay. So keystrokes is activated. Well, now that I have LastPass, I've got really good key passwords. Okay, so after you log into Discord, you come over here, and I think you click General.
Yeah, we've got Nadia in now.
Okay. So you just touch General, and that lets you in? Oh, here they go. Yay, look. People are coming. I love it when things are pleasant and easy. Because I'll tell you what, nothing is ever easy. Okay, so let's go back. Boop. Oh no, isn't that ridiculous? That's just too many Dropbox folders. That's not sane. Okay. Now let's...
Wait, Toma, can you hear me?
I can't hear you.
I won't talk, I promise. I'll be quiet.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, you know, it's there to be heard. Not that you're known for talking out of line. Okay, so we have everyone, right? Carmit, Diana, Henry, Nadia, and I forgot who this was. Catherine. Okay. So we'll get to this in a second. You don't see it on Twitch? So Twitch is where you're watching. Are you logged on to? Well, you're obviously logged on to Twitch. I can see your question. Aloha. See? Woohoo! Oh my God, this is priceless. I swear, once we get this set up, it'll be easy, right? Isn't that the promise? It'll get easier. Let's look at Discord real quick. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in. I know it's. The promise of technology, right? It'll be easy. It helps us. It helps our lives, right? It makes life easier. Shoot me in the face. Oh my God, I'm such a neophyte. I just, oh, holy hell. It'll be easy. It helps us. It helps our lives, right? It makes life easier. Oh shoot me in the face. It's crazy. Oh my God, I'm such a neophyte. I just, oh, holy hell. Okay, now that's weird. Someone has their mic on because I can hear myself. It's really
Hey, Cynthia, can you mute yourself when you're not talking, if you can hear me?
Okay, now that's weird. Someone has their mic on because I can hear myself. Oops. It's really
Hey, Cynthia, can you...
I know, it's really funny. Cynthia.
You got it, Cynthia.
Okay, there we go. Holy hell. If people were like watching the first few minutes of this video, well, the first half hour, maybe we can edit that out. Is there a YouTube editor where I could chop some of that out? Okay. Holy Hannah. All right, so how are we doing? It is 5 after. Okay, let's do a class roll call, just so I know who's here. You're all going to have to be patient with me. I can't remember my name, let alone anyone else's. I just look at, the name that you have here, and I'm going to call you by that, or how you have your little thing labeled, whatever, because I'll tell you what. Do not expect miracles from my okay. Yeah, I feel you. Okay. Well, I mean, we're here. So, is everyone who is in class okay, cool. That's the text. I got that. Is everyone...
Is Shay Design part of the class? Or...
She's part of one of the last classes.
Okay.
Is she in the...
She's in a different voice chat.
Oh, okay.
Which is fine.
Yeah, okay. Somebody... usually I have, I don't know if Mikey's knows the schedule, but Mike is usually really good at helping with some of this. When we have more input, he's good at organizing some of that stuff, because I get involved and I just totally forget. Okay. So, is everyone who is here and in the class in Discord or on the way to being a Discord? I told you I can't remember my own name, Shay. Give me a break. I get scattered and I lose things. Well, so that says a lot. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start. Yeah, I'll tell you what. It's now with the whole pronoun thing. It's traumatic. I don't hear my echo.
I don't hear any echo either.
I just... Okay, well... I mean, it's very funny. I grew up in the scene. We dealt with every kind of person in every kind of format, in every kind of way. And we called people by their names, And you learn, the thing is expecting society to bend to such idiosyncratic rules. I think in a lot of ways it's like, oh, we want to be part of the world. We want to be treated equally, but we're going to divide ourselves up in some of the most butterfly eyelash, delicate separations. I think it's damaging more than helpful, to be deadly honest. So is Karmeet the only one that has echoes? Yeah. Can someone show me how to do that? So this is general, voice channel, add text, voice channel, channel name.
Carmeet, mute the Twitch stream. You're probably hearing the Twitch stream and the Discord.
Oh, that's true. Turn the sound down from Twitch. That's probably it.
Yeah, turn Twitch sound up.
Okay, so I've created lurking. Is that what you were looking for? So now there is a lurking chat room. Okay. Of course. I'm sorry, I'm new to Twitch, so I try to be, obliging. All right. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into this. So let's sort of set the tenor. Feel free to ask questions and interact as much as you want. I can work and, answer questions. I do it all the time. It's not an issue. Be polite, Obviously, I don't think you're a bunch of animals, but, just sometimes it needs to be said. And basically, how we run this is I'm just going to go through. If there are any questions about techniques or how I went about doing something, do not hesitate to ask questions. The only way you're going to learn is if you ask questions. You cannot interrupt me. We cannot go on any side path that's too far away. Well, okay. I mean, if you're a little bit more advanced in the class and you're like, oh, how do you, set pave? Well, this probably isn't the time for that, but I think you get an idea of what I'm talking about. But it's very important that you participate. And it's very important that you participate in the classes and the homework, and because with 6 weeks, I can only give you so much information, right? I mean, 6 weeks is technically 12 hours, and I know that some of you may be farther along as far as your ZBrush usage than others, and that's where the critiques become an important part of this. So bear with me through the more simple homework, but I want you to do the homework in my path or my workflow, because a lot of other people have a lot of other workflows, and it is very different than mine. And there are very big reasons that I have this workflow, So try to stick with us, participate, and ask questions. You cannot interrupt me or bother me. I can't say it enough. Just like don't draw on your surfaces. You'll hear a lot of that. But seriously, ask any questions. So we don't have that many critiques today. So this will also turn into any general things that you all missed since the video didn't get put up. I think the old version got put up. Didn't they post the one from last class?
Yeah.
Okay. So at least there's something there, so you're not lost and floating. Have there been any notifications on workflow or whatever? What's the thing called? Work chat that people aren't going, I can't get in?
Nope, nothing here.
Okay, fantastic. You're a lifesaver. Someone's, yay, team. All right, so I guess Karmeet's at the top. We'll start with Karmeet. You ready, Karmeet? All right. Honestly, this is lovely. You did a great job. And so when I say she did a great job, one of the things, especially when you're using a simple block-up process, is people don't think about the weight of objects, right? And as you can see here, she did a really nice, hold on, let me turn on my pencil. Boop. This is a nice, lovely line, right? But what's actually very nice about this is, and what a lot of people miss until I hammer it, is that there's actually weight here, right? You see this plane, it's coming in, you get this, and then you get a leaf. Because you got to figure, if you're thinking about something like this architecturally, this is your bridge, right? This is the main structure that the pedal is rolling over. So, just like when you have a ruler, a tape measure, and you're pushing it out, it finally gets that tension, and the surface tension breaks, right? So it'll flop. So you got to find out what the substructure or where that architectural element of support is, and then it's going to bend up to it, it's going to come around, and then it's going to break, right? So you can see that she has this really lovely, so this support mechanism is very clear. And she's also done a really good job with pretending that this is thin, right? See how she's defined this outside edge very clearly so it's sharp, but underneath it's fat. This is a really important thing to learn, because when you're doing stuff that is, you need it to be, or at least feel, very light, finesseful, thin, delicate. Well, you can't make everything thin and delicate. You have to have some substance there for good casting and for printing and the such. So she did a very good job of, I would argue that this got too thin. Well, it depends on the scale. You could or could not have some fill issues here, because you got to figure, hold on, what is our size here? Okay, 34. So we are in scale. Yeah, you're well under a millimeter. And that's okay. We're just going to go there, and we're going to come here. Well, let's actually do this correctly as opposed to me just fiddle-fudding around. You can turn on double so you can see the inside surface. I don't usually keep double on because I actually like to know that it's an inside surface. And so we can come here so I can see both these faces, drag here to here. You got to make sure you're touching in the right spot. From here to there. Come on, get up here. And you can see that that's 1/10 of a mil. So actually that's fine. It'll support something like that. Depend on the casting machine. You feasibly can, and actually it's quite a bit less than that. Yeah. That's 1/7 of a millimeter. Oh, is Kermit, can you talk? We heard you earlier, didn't we? Boop. Yeah, she's not muted.
Yeah, she's not muted. We just can't hear her.
But Kermit, didn't you talk earlier? Am I crazy? But you did talk earlier. I see how you are. Okay, so let's... Should I give you a second to figure this out? Oh, that was Sarah. Now see how much I pay attention. All right, let's... Oh, I moved it. For God's sake. No, that wasn't directed at you. That was people continuing to text me. Sorry. I'm not impatient with you. Okay, well, try to troubleshoot that one so we can talk. Okay. And see from the back side, once again, you have a little break there. I probably would have, because we're trying to sell a story, right? So hold on, let me 0.1. So you have the nice ridge here, but, and this is folding and breaking, but from this angle, this looks lumpy. So I probably would have come in and done the same thing here. Why is my brush scale so weird? All right. And just give it as that fake lip there. And then you're back to selling that has some depth, right? Oops. I did buy a new keyboard, so I should have my full-size keyboard next week, so I don't have to keep looking down to figure out what buttons I'm pushing. I'm still not used to this midget keyboard. And so this is another reason we keep our subdivisions, right? Because now I can come in here, smooth that out. It's still lumpy, so we'll lower our res one more time. I don't have smooth stronger on, do I? There we go. And you can see I can kind of support that lip by relaxing all this stuff back. High res, high res. Righto. So we're just pulling that optical illusion, saying that this is thin, right? So we want to make sure that everywhere there is an edge, we're telling the same story. Because we got to remember that all of this is just a world of optical illusion, right? We're trying to, because often a photographically realistic object isn't going to be the best object for something this small. So we have these little identifiers that make these things more believable from a distance and at a scale. You missed what I was doing? Woman, get your damn mic working. You're killing me here. So this is what I was doing. This was just fat, right? This was just rolled over. So there was no edge over here. So I just created this fake edge. This is where SK Twist comes in very handy. I'll come in. I'll just roll that edge. And you can see that by rolling that lip, it looks like that's thin and overhanging, right? But all that's doing is creating that wave shape. So for those of you who haven't been introduced to SK Twist, I'm going to use the back side of this as an example. SK Twist is a hair brush that Sakaki Kaoru made. And what it does is this. It creates a rolled edge and then a scoop here. So the thing about this is that edges read better if they're half round. Now, if you're doing hard surface modeling and stuff, of course, you want sharp edges. But for the most part, this is allowing this to be reflective at a bunch of angles, right? So you're getting this nice kinetic surface with these softer edges. And then normally what I do is I will come back, I will use SK Clay Fill. I'll come back in and I'll fill up the backside so it's only a wave on the edge, right? So now we have a surface that has this reflective edge. I'll just knock that lip down, smooth. And now, even from this far away, look at how big and dynamic that looks. Now, on this, obviously, that's huge because I was doing it to show you this. But you can see here, this is a very subtle, tight little line. Let me get rid of this real quick. But see how well it reads, even as we go around. See how it looks like a lip? Because it's providing that highlight on the edge and a shadow underneath. So you have to think and remember that we're sculpting in light. All of this is reflective. Even if you're not coming out of the printer and you're not going to produce an object, you're still sculpting in light. Now, the one thing I would say is you're a little flat this direction. Let's go move. Let's get this. I don't know why my brush scale is so out of wonk. Normally this is going to open up a little. And that gives you a little room for flare there. Right, you can see that you're a little flat, right? This edge probably, you can get something like that out of it. And then you would sculpt that relative to, right? So that's not just this big bubble. Because you want this to be the same surface, right? But we're going to go back because your shape was nice. I just think you could probably open this up a little bit more. Here, boom. Let's come back. There we go. But do you see what I mean? You're a little flat there. This obviously was delivered in a box where it got squished a little. Because all this is a nice form. You just got a little flat. Especially since you got all of this very beautifully. This is another thing. Remember, even if you're doing this at a specific angle, oh no, all these edges are fine. It was just this one didn't have a lip. Right here, let's go back to your beginning. See, it doesn't have a lip there. It just rolled off. Come on. There we go. So I just added that little roll to it. And then once again, SK Clay Fill. Just kind of bring this up. There you go. Well, the boxiness can be resolved. Like I said, let's use Move Elastic. It's a little bit more. That should not be 51%. I don't know why I saved that brush with 51. Just look at the curve. And obviously I would do this a little earlier in the process, so we're not pushing this stuff after you've sculpted it. And just beef that up a little, crunch that in, so it's a little bit more dynamic. Right. It's so funny. Critiques have got me in the habit of saying right, because I usually want to hear response from someone. So now in all my videos, I have this right. I have to go through and edit out all my rights, because it's just like, that's not the time or place for right. And as it goes out, it probably comes down. Let's fill this in a bit. Oh, this doesn't have backface masking on. I did it, didn't I? Yeah. And once again, you want to tell the story of what's happening with that lip. But you had it well. That's not what you were missing here, so. The centerfold, I use pinch, and the flap in the middle got really thin. Do you mean this right here? See, this is where being able to talk is really important, Kermit, because now I'm sitting and waiting for you. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, don't get excited with pinch. I mean, I'll use pinch, like I'll pinch these edges and stuff, but I'll do it pretty lightly, because also pinch is a pretty destructive tool. It really distorts. So I'll really try to come in and kind of sculpt this in before I pinch, and I'll just use pinch to consolidate the curve. But I mean, you did a good job. Your surfaces are very clean. You have your weight breaks. I mean, it's a very, very good first model without a doubt. Also, I think there's a little bud thing here. It might actually be higher. It's probably somewhere in there if I'm not mistaken, but yeah. I don't know if the reference has it or not. But no, it looks fantastic. You did a good job. Yeah, I think that, getting this to be a little bit more round would be helpful, but it's just simply pulling that out at the beginning. Have any questions about this, Kermit? Because honestly, I think you did, really, really good job. Even some of this tension stuff is really nice. You're getting that concept of surface tension, which is super good. All right. And see, like these silhouettes, they make sense. A lot of times you get things that are sort of like this, and then this is out here. So where's this connection? You want to think about it. And you did a good job of that. It looks great. No questions? You're good? Yeah, I mean, it's not a big deal. Google Lily and see what it looks like. That's what I do. Yeah, no, it's very nice. I mean, because like all of this stuff here, let's actually go back to yours. During the block up, I'll usually try to get that flow and stuff really tight. at the point, I think I still move that. Let's get back here. Yeah, that's your original. Let's lower the block up. So like I'd be dealing with that right here. Because obviously, because what you have is you have this kind of breaking in instead of the dynamics of it folding up, out, and over. So right here's where I would have sorted that out, because this is before you have sculpted, right? But do you see what I mean? See how this is all folding in? These should be, you know, that weight dynamic should be breaking to the outside. High res, let's get a little bit more res in here. Because that bend going out is what's supporting the geometry, right? That bend is giving us this support ridge. And this little bend is where this transition is shifting, because you're getting lateral support here. Right, so that bend is this break. So that's where the transition from outside to vertical is. And now let's. And this is almost perfect. Right, because once again, think of it architecturally. All of this is coming up, buttressing that edge. The edge is losing surface tension, coming out. So that is probably a little bit more where we want to be. And you can kind of tuck this back in a touch. That's a nice silhouette. Yeah. That creates a little bump there. And remember, this is why we have our subdivision levels. Even after things are sculpted, we can come back in and move things at this lower level. And now when we come up, you can see that it hasn't trashed your sculpture, right? So all you have to do is come in here and readjust this edge so the weight is hidden, and we make it thin again. So knock this lip back. We can probably fill it in a little here. Right, so it looks thin, but we have some meat behind it, so it casts and fills easily. You can have a sharp edge. We just want some meat in there. And see, now if you were looking at it this way, that looks nice and thin. That looks nice and thin, but our silhouette is actually pretty meaty, because you're not going to be able to view both sides of it at the same time. You're just trying to oh no, I'd just use move. I mean, to punch this out, I would have I would have done this in Move because it's just quick and easier and free. If you're trying to do this with Z Modeler tools, you're trying to hit a line, you're trying to hit an edge, you know, you're well past the Z Modeler tools at this point. Now, if you were on the block up, hold on, let's go back to your block up. And let's say, you know, you knew that there was going to need to be detail here and you don't have enough geometry there, you know, you can come back in and hit it and add geometry at that point. Or, you know, you're like, oh, well, I need this to be a ridge. You can Q mesh those out. But I think this is the easiest place to do some of the dramatic moves and set up the rhythm of the part here, right? And you can see that obviously you wouldn't be able to get this edge there first. So, you know, divide and see what geometry have. And you can see that, oh, well, here I can get this. And remember, even at these low geometries, you can use all your other tools. Just because you're doing block... Oh, I hate it when it does this, and I don't know why it does this. See how both these are the same brush? One of those is supposed to be clay. Yeah, okay. Be a pain in the butt. Fine. TW clay. Where's clay? Okay, that's fine. Remember that even when it's in low poly like this, let's say you wanted to beef this, you can still use your other tools to kind of get your meats and such where you want them. Like, let's say that got really thin. You can come in. I use inflate quite a bit, right? And this is just coming in and give me a little more meat here. So you can still sculpt these low res models, right? And then divide. But we're going to higher res, obviously. And just see if there's anything you need to work on here. You know, you're like, okay, well, if you want, you can start doing some of this stuff here, right? And I'm just using clay tubes. You're just pushing the mesh around, right? You're like, okay, well, maybe I want this to go out a little more. Right. So you can set up a lot of this stuff lower in your model. You're like, okay, that's a little ridge there, so let's pop that back, and we can just add a little bit there. And then you come up. But now you see that all of that nice surface detail that she did when she was sculpting in here, I've gone back, I've done all that to it, but now we still have her strokes, right? So this is one of the big advantages of doing this. I wanted to ask about the intersection between the middle fold. It's a hard transition when one fold going one way and the other go. You mean like right here? Well, if you're actually doing here. So what I would probably do is this. And this is where this is a little thin. I would probably give myself a little bit more meat to work with. Let's use inflate, just so we beef this up just a touch. And I know that we've made this a little weird. I'm not. Right, so just give yourself a little meat to work with. And, because see right now, hold on, where's my boop? Boop. Right, if you're thinking about this, this is coming and this is showing that it's kind of going over here, right? But this is actually coming in and tucking and folding around. So this line is telling a really important story. And that story is a little missed, right? See how this is going over here? And why it looks funny is because this is telling me that this leaf should be over here, right? Or this edge. So yeah, hold on. Let's get my masking brush correct. There we go. I like a sharp masking brush. So this is where your transition is. Come on. Stop. What are you doing? That's being weird. Control, Alt. There we go. For some reason it kept sharpening. That's not what I needed. So think about what's going on here, right? This is coming back and in. So you probably want this to be a little bit more back here. And this is why you don't want things too thin, so you have a little bit of meat to play with. High res. And now when we're looking down on this, you want to think about what's happening here, right? We have this. It's coming in, and that's sort of the hard edge of that, right? So we know that's kind of where that leaf is. So we want this to cut back and under this leaf, or petal, or I guess it's a petal, isn't it? It's not a leaf. And see, the other issue is this is still pointing out. Grab slide. That is so weird. And you can just push this down and out. So it looks like this has a return. And see, by changing just the direction of where this is pointing to, it's now going back and under the surface. This will come out and over that surface. What are we doing? Analyzing mesh. What did I hit? Ah, the joy. Yeah, I don't know what this is doing. What is it computing? There we go. Yeah, I'm just looking. So, right, this is where this being so deep is a little bit of a problem because we have no place for that other petal to go. So let's fill this in a little. And so now this has room to be under there, right? And that would probably flatten out some. The other thing to remember is I'm cutting this way back just to give you an idea here. Is when you have something that's going over and under, do the under surface first. Right, so we know that this is going to do this, come out, and be this lip, right? No, where's cloth? You know what, guys? I think I have a newer interface than this. These are just in a different order. I'll get that interface to you. it's a little bit better organized. When I started making, see, I know where all these brushes are, so I didn't necessarily group them, and I moved them around so their uses are a little bit more together. So we'll come up and think of that, right? Because it's going down and into the flower, right? So we understand what that surface is doing. And then that's hollow. So now you can come back in and really decide what this surface is doing. And I'm just being melodramatic here just so it's clear, right? And we're like, oh, we want it to do that. And see, now this has a logical place to be. It's going in. I made this super fat, sorry. Wasn't really paying attention. But you can see that by coming in and doing this surface, after you've done the surface that's going under, does that make sense? And I mean, that's not perfect. I'm just trying to get you to see these as surfaces that are interacting. Does that make sense? Once again, I didn't put this in the correct place. I just started moving material, but now that has a place to be. And then what you want to do is you'll carry this sort of fold there. Later on, if you were going to be able to see this area, I would come back in with a slash or the knife, boom, and then this side just goes boom. And now they're intersecting there as well. Does that make sense? All right. I know I mangled the model, but trying to get the issues across. All right. No, it's beautiful. You did a great job. It looks wonderful. Cool. All right. Who's next? Diana. Diana, you here? And do you have a microphone? Is there a big lag here?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Awesome.
Awesome. And everyone can hear her? Oh, good. Hey, that wasn't too big of a lag. Yay, team. All righty.
Oh, where is that?
Awesome. All right. Your silhouette's really nice. Once again, I probably, well, nope, actually that's open. I might have, yeah, no. I think same with Carmit here. I think I probably would have punched this edge to the point where you're actually getting, you know, a break here where you're getting a roll over there. Because, you know, it's a nice area here where this is kind of folding and you get kind of here. Because these surface changes are just really nice. And they're really good reflective moments, I guess. So you could see this is fine. This is nice and sharp. And I'm going to obviously over-exaggerate here a little. So you have the lip here, right? And then it comes over. But this is a really nice opportunity to come here and give, oops, wrong direction. Give us a lip here. So you have this surface transition from over to under. And just look for opportunities to be able to direct the eye for the reflections to give motion to the part. And so these little moments of being able to get a contrapposto surface or a surface where, you know, you're changing the weight And obviously we'd punch this up a little and get, oh, I don't have back face. Oh, I do. It's looking a little lumpy there.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what to do where the two petals
Yeah.
close. Also, how much it should overlap. I had it overlapping more, and then I opened it up again. And
Yeah.
you're not in that area right now.
Yeah, we'll get to that one as well. All right, lower res. Oops. Right, and that just gives you this area where you can get a nice weight change, get a good transition from one edge to another. Shoot. Roll this out here. Now, once again, this like if I were this early on in the sculpt, or if I were forming this, I wouldn't use pinch because it really does rob a lot of geometry. I'd push it around and just use my clay tool to kind of define those forms. But that's the easiest way to get there right now. I'm using the shortcuts that you shouldn't be. Do as I say, not as I do, right? So that's a little too far. Let's soften that up. And just see where, especially on something like this, where the gravity is kind of making those surfaces break. I'm obviously pinching this really dramatically so you can kind of see what I'm saying, right? Where this is coming into the flower, that's going. So anytime there's a wave in the surface, right? What that is that the surface tension is breaking in one format or another. And so anytime you put a little dimple there, well, something's happening there. What is happening? Well, this is rolling over. And by that rolling over, it's giving us, like, this now becomes a support ridge because you have like a triangle of support, right? And once again, oops, that's happening kind of here, right? But as the petal grows away from its base foundation, it's getting thinner. It loses that support and the surface breaks. Do you understand what I mean by break, everyone? I don't necessarily mean, it's broken. It's just, it's no longer supporting, and that's where you get these lovely waves and curves.
Yeah.
And then, oh shit, did ZBrush just dive? Did you see that? ZBrush just quit on us. It's okay. I crash ZBrush every day, all the time. I am a ZBrush crasher. Because I'm always asking it to do things it doesn't want to do. All right, let's see where. There it is. How convenient. Yay, quick saves. Doo-doo. So yeah, now this is where Carmit, this is the point in which you decide where that's going under. Do the underside first so you know where your directionality is. Let's come in here and smooth. Wow, the scale is just so weird. It's so funny.
You're saying the scale was up?
Oh no, my scale. So I guess we haven't discussed this. So I use my scale a little bit differently. I actually drag my max brush size out, because normally what you see is the focal shift and the draw size. I'll bring my dynamic brush scale and my maximum brush size out, because I sculpt things in scale. So if I have a very large object, you actually have to increase the scale of the brush, where normally most people don't even think about scale, so they don't ever have to change their brush size, right? So very rarely do I go to 1 unless I'm working on like furniture or cars or things that are full scale. And for some reason, this batch, because normally I'd be working, like I normally set this at like 0.2, 0.3, but look, this is the maximum brush size. So everything for some reason, the relative scale has changed for me for some reason. It's not a big deal. It's just, it's funny because I'm setting things to something I think it should be, and it's not that. So we're going to lower this, and we're going to smooth this out a little. Oh, we have to make this smooth stronger.
If I change that while I was sculpting, would it affect you opening the tool? I don't know. Not sure.
No. Why is that not moving? Okay, there. What's going on here? What do we have? See how that edge doesn't want to soften? See, I keep smoothing that and it's not smoothing out. Whatever. I have no idea. All right, so let's just come back up. And we'll just sculpt this in. Yeah, look at that. That is really interesting. You have more geometry here. I don't know. All right, so we're thinking about this surface coming in, tucking under here, right? So we're going to shape this under. Right. So it's going in and it's kind of wrapping around there. So you can determine that curve from the top a little bit. Hold on. I just want to look at your lowest geometry here and see how this is built. Oh, I see. There's just more geometry there. When you pulled these out, you pulled from here, right? You created another layer here somewhere. Because this is...
Q-mesh. I don't know.
Yeah. No, it's not a big deal. It's just see how big these squares are and see how small this is. So when we go to our higher res, there's a lot of geometry right here. And that's why when I'm smoothing it, it wasn't going away. I was just... Sorry, when things happen, I just want to know why. I'm like,
Okay.
why is
No,
that?
it's helpful to know what's going on.
Yeah, see how you get these weird pinches? And that's because you get these star points. And this just happened. This isn't you being bad. It's just how Q-mesh works every once in a while. So it's adding geometry. But see how this has become like this zag here? These become supported points. And so they resist smoothing and such. So that's why this became an odd smoothing place. It's not anything that's an issue. It's just, it's answering my question why this wasn't doing what I wanted it to do is what it is. So we're now thinking about this. We're going to just go, okay, so this, let's get rid of these. This is coming out of that, right? And probably has a little bit more. Right, because it's kind of coming in. All right. Yeah, boom. And that's what's creating that. And those are persnickety little supports. And now you can figure out, so this will cross in front of that. And I would just give it a nice little curve of some sort there. All right. You come in and tune that edge up so it doesn't look fat. All right, so that's your basic silhouette. Probably. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. Yeah, no, it's scale. Super bizarro. And then look at it from this angle and kind of give yourself, a nice little scoop. I'd probably bring this out just a touch. And so now you can see that you can track this surface under and into the surface. So if, once again, if you were going to be able to see the inside of it regularly, you can then come in and decide where these rotating, where that transition is. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then once again, these at this point, these are wherever you need them or want them, And once again, if it's from the top, or if let's say this were the top of the ring where you're looking down all the time, you can do something like that where it's promoting that story of this wrapping around, right? And then just knock that little lip off. This also is where I'll often use my stroke patterns, because I tend to leave a lot of the stroke material or stroke information on my models. I hate shiny polished things that have no texture.
I started smoothing it and I was like, oh, I like the texture, so I left quite a bit.
Yeah, because this is gorgeous. Think about something like this. Just remember to try to connect these lines so you don't have that visual chopping. Yeah. And then like in here, I tend to try to get my curvature story right where I'll do this inside surface kind of, if I'm trying to sell the, this nice hollow shape, you can get your strokes going that way. Or if you're trying to tell, because this is a specific story. Everything we do, we're creating illusions. We're telling stories to the brain. We're giving, it's almost like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm going to say this. It's almost like Burma shave signs. How many people even know what a Burma shave sign is?
I do.
Okay, thank God. So on the road, there was this razor company or shaving company, and every quarter mile, they'd put a sign up and it would continue the story, right? And so that's what we're doing. We're creating visual landmarks and visual cues to tell the story that this object is X, Y, or Z. And it's really important because you got to think that, this is a fairly large object in jewelry, right? This is 34 inches 34 mil. I'm sorry, 69 mil. This is almost 70 mil. So this is, this is a large coat pendant, right? If you think about the size of something. So this actually has plenty of room for a lot of surface information. But literally, if it were an earring, it'd be that big. So how do we force the visual cues? And this is, none of that was expected at this point, but I just want you to think about this stuff, right? And so that's where I use texture a lot. It's something that I find that modern jewelry, especially since the advent of CAD, I think CAD actually has destroyed the jewelry industry in a lot of ways because everyone wants everything perfect. Everyone wants everything bright, shiny, and smooth. Well, that's boring. look at any Lalique piece. It's all texture. It's all it is, you know. And this concept of perfection is something that comes out of the world of CAD. Because you'll run into people who honestly believe that 1/100th of a millimeter is a real measurement. And it's not. I mean, if you were milling stuff, sure. But in casting's voodoo. Casting is not science. I mean, of course, it's science. But, I mean, it's voodoo. Because the humidity in the room changes how investment dries. If the investment dries or retains moisture, you know, it can expand or contract within the oven. I mean, it's voodoo. There's not one person on this planet who, from the model to the first cast, will get the measurements right. I mean, if it's within 1/10 of a millimeter, you should be happy. I mean, I think that at William Henry we have a 3.5 millimeter shrinkage, or a 3.5% shrinkage rate, and so at least we're lucky there. We know where to start, right? Start at 3.5%, make it 3.5% bigger, and then you're going to be pretty close because of the processes we use in that shop, right? But we have a vacuum overpressure machine. We have good burnout ovens. Some people don't have good burnout ovens. Some people don't have overpressure vacuum casting. You know, they're doing centrifugal casting. Centrifugal casting can be wonderful, but you have to get the metal temperatures right. Otherwise, it starts to cure too quick, or it'll boil and bubble after the throw. So, you know, casting's a very persnickety weirdo art, as opposed to it being able to dial the same number in every time and know you're going to get it. Because to cast something, especially in a centrifugal machine, to cast something that goes from thin to very thick to thin to thick, that becomes very hard to fill correctly. You got to understand this is fluid dynamics and metallurgically, and you know, I mean, it's voodoo to get it to work right. And that's why I tell people in my class, unless you are a bench jeweler who knows about casting, hire someone to do this. Now, if your goal in life is to become, you know, el homo universal, and, you know, you want to do everything yourself, well, great, get good at designing, and then you're going to spend another 15, 20 years learning how to do the other stuff, if you're going to learn to do it right. So, you know, don't worry about precision. I mean, you know, if it's 70 millimeters and you make it 20 millimeters or 13 feet, okay, that's obviously not what we're talking about here. Try to sculpt and scale, because it's important, because it allows you to identify the detail that you can get out of your mesh. And it really does change if you're changing scales. Right? Because if this was 30 feet tall and I needed to get, you know, the company's name here in 1-inch letters, well, you can see that we don't have enough mesh to carry that out. So scale's important, right? And it does, the scale of your grid does change with the scale of your model. If you have a huge model, you need more geometry. I know I kind of went off on something there, but I wanted to get that out because a lot of people are like, oh, it's 1,000th of a millimeter off. It's like, yeah, you're a douchebag. Shut up. You know, I mean, and the thing is you can get that accurate. I'm not saying you can't, but no one does it the first time. So you have to understand that a caliper is your second most important tool. A physical caliper. Because you're going to print the thing, measure it after the print. The resins are pretty good nowadays, but you used to get, I mean, there's shrinkage in that. It depends on how you cure it. If you try to heat it, if you heat it and vacuum it, you're going to lose resin weight. But you're also going to have a better model, right? So you could get like a percentage, 1% shrinkage just in the print, you know, depending on what resins and stuff. In the assets folder, I do. I am a ranter about scale because I get so many jackasses. well, that's not 1,000,000th, right? It's like, oh my God, I'm going to stab you in the eye. Because it's a falsehood that was created because of CAD. Because, I mean, here, let's just do one quick reality check. Bump. Let's just take a little look at Scythian gold here for a second. Okay. A lot of these pieces are actually cast. But I'll tell you what. Don't we have any big images of these? Come on. No, you can't see the detail in the faces and stuff. These are made literally with camel fat torches, wire, and them having a stone flask, bellowing a campfire. You know, I mean, it's like, this is as primitive as it gets. Well, I mean, okay, it gets more primitive, obviously, but, you know, you got to remember that this stuff with this detail and beauty, but you know what? If this is 28.2 or 29, who cares? Does it look right? Does it fit right? It doesn't matter if this hand braided wire is the same as this hand braided wire. You know, who cares? Does it look good? And that's where people get caught up in this accuracy is more important than the final product. And I think that's just one of the most asinine circle jerks in the world. I mean, you know, is this leg as thick as that leg? Who cares? Is this all the same thickness? No, it's hand twisted. It's not the same thickness all the way through it, because if you twisted it once and then twisted a little harder at the ends are intrinsically going to be tighter than the center because they're where the twisting's happening. You know, and who cares? These are things that have lasted, you know, I think these are what, 1,500 years old, I think the Scythians were going off. Could be up to 2,000. And look at it. It's beautiful. They're works of art. They're incredible. And you know why? Because the people who made these things cared more about the story than the accuracy. Right? Not one of these people took a caliber to one of these parts. Didn't happen. And so, just, yeah. All right. I'll stop ranting about scale. But it's important.
That's good to think about the scale. Like, if it's really large, you have more surface area to put detail in. If it's small, you don't. Yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, if this were a 3mm object, I have a lot of mesh to play with at 2 million. If this is the size of a wall and you're actually sculpting in scale, you have to think about how that's going to come out of the print, how it's going to come out. Here's a prime example. Let's just quickly look at this. Hold on. ArtStation. So this table, let's look at the model real quick. Whoa, where's my, there it is. So, you know, if you look at this model, all these edges are really tight and, you know, these hash marks are really clean, but these edges don't look round and thick, you know. We get to the print, and now let's look at the part in the, you know, here. Yeah, hold on, I think there's a, yeah, here. I mean, look at how thick and fat these look. You know, that's not a crisp, sharp edge. That looks like it was sculpted with, you know, a crown. In this, it's okay, but if I wanted that to look sharp and crisp, it looks great in the model, but it's not sharp and crisp here. You can see here, you know, we get some good surface tension. I mean, I paid attention to these things, so there aren't a whole lot of places where it's goofy. I did think that this stuff came out. I wanted this to be a little sharper, and it looks like noses instead of ribs. because these edges were so big, or, they weren't tight enough in the scale when it came out, that these edges retained that crisp sort of bone. You see what I mean? These look more like noses. Does that make sense? So it's really important to evaluate what it's going to look like in scale. Now, there used to be... Does Scale Master still have it? No, it was what's his name's plugin. I'm gonna have to talk to Joseph and see if we can get it put in here. There used to be this plugin before Scale Master was made. I can't remember his name, but I can't remember its name. But it had show in world scale. So if I clicked it, this would become 70 millimeters. So you can see it exactly to scale in the world. That was a really useful tool because you can then see the actuality of the actuality of what the, like if you make a line, how thick is that actually in the real world? Someone remind me to ask Joseph if that's something that we can put into that Scale Master, because that's important. All right, back to you. Sorry, you became the rant tool. We only have a few people, so I figured early on I want to kind of punch these ideas in, because normally in my class I do the first 2 classes usually are really about design or about form or about how to think about parts. In a 6-week class, we really don't have time to delve into a lot of that. As anyone who took my last class would understand, because that's the first time I ever taught a 6-week class, and it was an adventure.
Why did they decide to shorten it? It's just
the scheduling and stuff. Yeah, it just how he's doing the platform. But you can see that by changing the direction of these, we're now, instead of looking at the hollowness here, we're looking at these strokes, right? So now we're actually kind of selling the motion of this surface, right? And you want that transition. So you can see that's a very different story, right? And it's just, one's not better than the other. It's just making decisions. I think, no, you did a pretty good job there. As far as, making sure that things are thick enough, that you're not just going out to a thin blade. No, all in all, I think that looks great. Like I said, just kind of analyzing where surface breaks happen and just the flow of the surface. But once again, it's a beautiful part. Very nice.
thank you.
Do you have any questions?
No, questions come up while I'm working, and I usually work through them. So
Right.
I used ZBrush a long time ago, so this is a refresher, which is good. And there's so many new tools that's just getting used to everything again.
Oh yeah, no, without a doubt. And it's funny because, this last release, yeah, the dynamics are great. It's super fun. Oh, look, I can make fabric. That's almost worthless to us. Unless you're doing something with a gown or something, there are places that it can be used, but as far as a day-to-day tool, not real useful. The micro poly can be very useful. When we get into rings, I'll show you that. And then the Q-mesh tool where you have the edge extension, that's very nice. It can be helpful. The fact that it snaps to surfaces and stuff is good. Yeah.
I guess I do have a question. Will we be getting into setting up the model for printing?
Oh yes, of course. Nope,
okay.
That's very important.
I've done some casting before, but not a lot. So I'm just curious what your process is. I know some of it you.
Well, we'll go through it very clearly, step by step, and I'll tell you why we're doing stuff. I share a lot of this information in the world free, but
Yeah,
when
I've
you
watched a lot of the streams where you've shared bits and pieces, so I've put it together. But yeah, it's gonna happen on one.
yeah, it's sort of like, okay, here, you took peanut butter out from that little demo, and they took jelly, and this person took bread, but there's not a peanut butter and jelly sandwich there. You know what I mean? It's like,
Exactly.
I had someone, well, why would I pay for your class if you give everything free? It's like, well, I mean, it's a little different. And if you learn that way that well, hell on you, brother. You go. I know I don't. It took me 16 damn years to figure this out, and I'm still struggling. All right. No, a beautiful model. I mean, it's just a few things to think about. And now we are on to Henry.
Thank you.
Of course. Thank you. Thanks for participating. No, Henry's like, mine doesn't work anymore. Sorry, Tomas.
I'm here.
Okay, good. All right. So, I would say that we're a little lumpy in here. Right. You're trying to get these nice curves. But this has got to, once again, sort of the structure, right? Without that lump becomes a break. Does that make sense? So you probably want this area to be a little bit smoother. Right, because this is still a cone, basically. Just a big old cone.
Yeah, I was trying to tell the story of that larger petal sort of wrapping around the smaller one, and I think I went a little heavy-handed on alt.
That's okay. I'm just being persnickety. Most people would be like, oh, it's pretty, it's got curves. And this is where that story can happen is, so this surface is acting like a cone, right? Hold on. And so the cone goes down, and then this is the break here, right? So you got this and that. So it's actually, and this is why I block up in low res, right? And instead of doing it sculpturally, I like the hard surface modeling in the very simple forms when I first get into it, because I think that I don't know. Do any of you know who Bridgman is? He has a book called Constructive Anatomy. He has a bunch of books. Here, let's take a quick look. Bridgman. I don't want to hear anything about my spelling. I'm dyslexic. I can't type. Everybody, stop making fun of me. No. Let's see. Where's a good example? There's a series of them that are truly that. The constructive. Well, here, this is kind of the idea. So he starts talking about how to break up or how to think about forms. And you can see he's doing it in, oh, well, that's a rectangle that's bigger. That's a rectangle that's smaller, smaller, smaller. This is, what is that, a hexagon that, the pinky is shorter and actually points in a different direction. This bone hitches, so that's going to stay as a lump, and this comes in. This is a really good way of thinking about form. And if anyone can take life sculpting classes, sort of like life drawing classes, but life sculpting classes, if you can't take life sculpting classes, taking life drawing classes helps a great deal because you only have so much time in the class. What life drawing teaches you is that, when an hour to 4 hours, however long your life drawing class is the first thing you have to do is identify your base forms. And you have to identify, is that round? Is that square? How's the plane coming into another surface? How are those base shapes interacting and functioning? And that's why I really like the plane block up, because you can think about it in its basest form, and it's pretty anatomical. Like in the book, it actually breaks this out to where these are geometric forms, and there's like a pivot point. Yeah, here. This. Really? You're going to be like that? So he has the bone structure, and you can see this is a flat plane that cuts back into that. This is a half round. That's a rectangle. And now he's thinking about it a little more organically, and now he has the organics. So being able to identify that base structure, what are these forms? What are they doing? When does support break? Where is it supported? And thinking of it constructively, I think, is a really important thing. And that gets away from, or that will keep you in line as far as your base structures go. Right? So this is a cone. And then it gets thin and breaks away, and that's where these come in. So we have our cone. All right. And that probably comes out a little more. And we're going to support up under this just a little bit more, because we are thinking about casting. And this isn't something that you were expected to know. You know, I just said make a lily. I didn't say make a castable lily. But that's okay. So you can see that this now becomes a second plane of support, right? This is your base support. This is starting to spread out, so it's unfolding. So this is another plane of support, and you have a bend here, right? So that's probably going to come to there. So this becomes a weak point, right? This is supporting this stuff. This is supporting this stuff. So you're probably going to have a dip here. So you can see how you just put some waves in here. Well, why are these waves here, right? Start thinking about the structure and anatomy of the object. So really, this is probably just going to have one kind of big wave, and then they're going to get like that little wave, this little, no, I don't. So everyone, if you have a brush selected, and then this thing comes up and you accidentally hit another brush, that's how these can change in here. So if you're wondering, how did my menu change? It's because you had something open like this, you tap it, and it'll change the brush in the menu. It's a pain in the butt. It's a weird thing. It's really annoying, actually, but that's not something that they're going to spend time and energy working on. And so you can see by getting that out, and usually support is just like waves, right? You have your big support, and then as it loses, it gets thinner, more functional, right? So if there were two waves like you had at the same distance, well, how are those being created? Where's that coming from? And I don't think we have a reason for that there. Right, so I think that gives that a little bit more. And once again, when I'm doing this, I'm often exaggerating this a little. Like, I'm not actually trying to get your model to look better. I'm trying to get you to understand things. In one of my classes, I had a student who was, I had one student that was very annoying, but it wasn't his fault. he just was annoying. And then we had this guy who was a nightmare. And I don't know why we didn't. I guess I try to be a nice guy at the end of the day. And I should have just booted him from the class, just given his money back and said, thanks, you're just a pain. And he was like, well, Tomas, my model looked better. And I'm like, well, I'm not creating a model, dude. I'm trying to show you some idea. He was a nightmare. And once again, in things like this, you can think about it like fabric, right? Because it's doing the same thing. It's just surface tension, right? So if you have multiple, you got to think of it as, where, if it were a piece of fabric, what's it doing? Because it's the exact same science, right? It's just surface tension. All right, boop. Nope, that one. So I think making this edge a little bit more simple is going to help you out some. Like you don't really have the meat for a rollover there. So it doesn't need to roll over. But let's...
I think my largest problem comes in where I don't quite understand the brushes, focal shift, intensity, that sort of stuff. So when I smooth something at a lower resolution, it moves way more than I intended it to.
Yep.
And it's just hard to balance that, selling a story and knowing how to use the brush to do it.
Well, and remember, this is the first class. So it really, all I did was demo this. We didn't really, like I said, I apologize again. 6-week courses are very tough because I have to teach you guys a whole plethora of things. So at this point in this class, what I really want to get across is how to visualize parts, how to make them solid, how to make them read in printing, and then in turn in casting. Because the one thing, and why I start with this lily, is what you'll have to understand, there's absolutely no difference in sculpting a ring, in sculpting a pendant, or sculpting a body kit part for a car. It's the exact same thing. And it's the exact same issues. And that is, how do we get our planes to read? Do the surfaces make sense? At the scale, are they readable? Right? And one of the few things, we have to worry about wearability and comfort. And we have to worry about weight. Earrings, you don't want them more than 12 grams. Unless you have earrings like me. I have 2.5 ounce earrings. So, so, who's your client? What are you making? Why are you making it? Blah. But in this class, what I really want you guys to kind of wrap your heads around is the part producible? How does it wear? Is it printable? Is it castable? And, is it aesthetically pleasing? And it's funny because it's actually opened up a great deal since my first classes, but a lot of my early classes were people who wanted to sculpt exactly like me, right? They were fans and they're like, oh, I want to make stuff that looks like how you make it. And I'm like, well, that's cool, but you should make things that are inspiring to you, and developing a personal voice. And that's where projects like this, where everyone's doing the same thing, and later on, we're going to do things where everyone's doing something different. But every once in a while, I'll pull everyone do the same thing. And how different people envision different projects and objects, it's really quite fascinating. When I was at Cal Arts, we had a design course. And what he would do was he would give us an object, and there's one I'll never forget. It was oranges or an orange tree, white patio furniture, and cherubim. And now and you could use, I think it was pastels and pen and ink. And there you go. Those are the parameters of your design. And just to see what people did with it was just incredible when it's very tight parameters on the design, and just seeing how people's minds work differently. I think it's quite inspiring for everyone to see that, everyone's saying, oh, a lion, it's another lion. Well, make it your lion, and I know that sounds cliche, but cliches are cliches because there's truth to them, It's like stereotypes are stereotypes because somewhere along the way, well, okay, there's some horrible racial stereotypes or they're just about prejudice and nothing. But, let's face it, some of these things, most things have an anchor to something in history or reality. So, just keep that in mind. The silhouette looks good this way. This is good. That's good. All right, so I guess now you did an excellent job here with your wraparound. So I hope everyone can see this where he, this makes total sense, right? You have one thing coming around the other. This is behind that one. And you can see he wasn't too worried about this transition, and that's okay, right? Because once again, we're telling a story about a flower. It's not... This is not a photography class, right? That's why portraiture really sort of died as an art as soon as the camera was invented. Because let's face it, most people want to see themselves. But then they realize that they're not as attractive as they thought they were. And you hire an artist who will make you look better. Right in here, you have this wave, but it's just right here on the edge. So you want to kind of fill that in. It's got to have a reason. And the reason isn't that it's breaking here, it's breaking out here, right? But in here, we still have the same issue. It's the same surface. And then it breaks. So you want to give it room for that break. So we now know that the surface kind of needs to do that. And that then comes into the supported area. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
And then, honestly, this makes sense. I would have probably found a place, once again, out here at this peak where it becomes the thinnest, I would probably have done just a little bit of a roll over here. Just so you have just for, visual interest.
So I had a problem figuring out SK twist. I'm not sure if I'm just not sure I understand how to use it right. It seems on the right side of my model when you look at it face on, I figured it out, but on the left side, I couldn't.
It's directional.
It's directional,
Yeah.
And I just couldn't get the hang of it.
Well, here, let's do a little thing here real quick. Divide, divide, divide. Divide. I don't know if we needed 15 million polys, but whatever. So, SK twist. First of all, use it really low. See, my Z intensity is 2, right? So you can't have it be too aggressive or it muffs everything horribly. It rolls really aggressively. It really gets wacky. It's a pain. You know what? I have not read questions from other people at all. Yes, Maplethorpe's lilies are awesome. So, trying to get it at the right angle. Okay, there we go. So SK twist is directional. So I'm stroking down, and you can see it's rolling towards me. Stroke up, it's rolling the other direction. And what that allows you to do is kind of do things like this, right? But it is directional. The other thing to remember about SK twist, or any tool that has directionality to it, and so that is, or any brush. So you have, where's spiral or spin? What the hell is it called? Like groom spin knot, that obviously has directionality. Yes. What the hell is it called? Where is it? Oh, spiral. Spiral is the same way. It has directionality. And if you use directionality, works along one axis. So if you're using turn symmetry on. So along the x-axis, see that's on that side, that's on that side, right? But let's say you try to use it in spiral, and sadly, this is one thing that's very sad to me, that this doesn't work. But if you'll notice, it switches every one, right? In, out, in,
My
out.
stream lag just got way too real. I'm still watching you use SK twist, and I'm hearing you talk about spiral, so I'm reloading the page. Just FYI, I can't see what you're doing.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we start to develop lag. That's one thing that Twitch kind of sucks at, is lag. Because I mean, I got a fast connection, and it's laggy.
I may or may not be back in time now.
Okay, so this here, let's start from the beginning, I guess. Under normal circumstances, when we start to try to create layers and edges, we want separation from the surface, right? And that counts here as well. Oh, hold on. Boop. Right, the whole point of having this lip is that it's a separation from a surface, right? We want to tell the story that this is up and off of the surface behind it. Do you see how that, here we have this where it's just coming up and in, and with one stroke, even without smoothing that, we now have a bright edge and a shadow. Right? And so on this side, if you want it to create that little lip, here. It's actually gonna start to break right there, come down. And then, oops. Wow. Bad alignment, Tomas. Come on. Have a little stroke discipline there, you big geek. There we go. So now we've created that path, I guess, right? That's the path I want that edge to take. And so now, once again, SK Clay Fill. And I'm going to fill in this top edge, because I don't want it to look like a half round, right? I don't want this tube running through my model. So we're going to come in. We're going to fill in behind it. That might be a little big. fill in behind it. So we are only getting this being the round part. And I find just using Alt works really well to kind of knock that lip off. Because the problem, if you don't come back and knock these edges off, what you now have is a bright spot, a dark spot, but then this edge is now on the same plane as this, so this becomes this bright reflective edge. So you see when we come down here, we have this bright edge here. So it's not selling that that's a lip. It just looks like a trench, right? But now if we come back here, I'm just using Clay Fill Alt. It's a nice subtle remover. And now when we come back here, that no longer looks like a trench, it looks like a lip. Do you all agree with me? Do you see that? Or are you like going, he's an idiot?
No, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Oh, well, you should have told me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. Okay, so in the future, people have to go tell me, and we'll take you first. I just took these in order. I apologize. All right. So now we have to come back and kind of get rid of this because we're telling this story that that's a lip. We're just going to reinforce that story a little. And so from this side, if you're looking at it, it looks like a nice sharp edge, right? And then from here, looks like a nice crisp edge. From here, looks like a nice crisp edge. But it can be super fat, right? I mean, you can see there, that's not thin at all. So we've told the story of this edge and using SK Twist to create those lips. So where a lot of people will come in and just, draw on the surface to get designs, you can see that these are all coplanar surfaces. So this reflects as one surface. It's not very compelling. But with SK Twist, I can come in and I can do, that's not SK Twist. I can do this. I can do this. As Clay Fill. I'm just going to knock that edge back. Knock that edge back. Fill in that edge. Fill in that edge. Now it looks like we have distinct steps, right? One of those surfaces distinctly in front of the other, which is in front of the next, right? This is very important. Do you see how this is much more separative? It's selling, I make up words, guys. Right? This is really telling a story of this kind of coming up, dropping, coming up, dropping, and round. Where that's not telling the same story. Does everyone see this? Does this make sense to everyone?
Yeah, for sure.
So, come on. So when you were over here trying to define this lip, and you're using SK Twist, one, just make sure you're going in the right direction, right? Because let's say we're going the other way. You can see just by stroking in the other direction, it rolls the opposite way. So that could have been some of the problem.
That's exactly what I was doing.
Yeah. And then you just come in, you sort of define your edge, how you want it. And now that rolled edge is your reflective edge. That becomes the edge. And so now you just come back and support that visual cue. You want this facing in a different direction so it doesn't reflect in the same plane. Right. And now you have a very clean edge. I mean, obviously, you'd have to come back there. But just in one stroke, we've defined what that edge and what that surface is going to be like. Let's say this is a big roll, and this is a change of direction, right? Twist. You can define that by making this soft, thicker, and soft. Yeah, here. We need I need a direction to change. Let's fill that up just a little. And we want this weight to shift to this weight. And these are very, very good kind of surfaces. They're because once again, it gives the eye someplace to travel. And I know the backside isn't supporting this going in this direction, but it's what I need. It's what I need. Right? And let's fill this in a little because we're still deciding, right? So like, okay, I want this transition to happen. Take, twist. You're like, okay, that's the edge. And it's going to come down and over, and then it rolls back out to that edge. So, make this a little bigger now. It also has to do with brush pressure. Some soft, hard, soft. Remember, why you all have tablets is because of this pressure. And it becomes a really important tool in things like this. So now, let me just smooth that out. Soft, hard, soft. Right, so now we have this defined lip. I'm going to knock that back. I'm just going to use cloth just to kind of define this edge, right? So you can see we're coming here, down. Because this is rolling, it's going to come from up here, down over the lip there, yep. Over the lip here, and then it's going to change direction. It's going to come up and roll to the outside here. Roll. All right, so this becomes sort of a pinchy surface. But once again, I normally wouldn't get to this way. I would use clay tubes and build up to these lines, but I would do it a little bit more in this vein. But I just want it, why I use that is so you can see that, you know, this is, by defining where the edge of that lip is, you can really change where that surface is, or where it's traveling, right? And like this is a place where, you know, this is another breaking point, right? You have this big supportive area here, so it's a cone. Right, like that's the muscle, that's the supportive area because of the roll. Because rolls are supportive and then they kind of get flimsy out here, right? You know, this is a sound architectural line. Anytime you have a transition, it's because you're going from one architectural element to another, and then you have these transition surfaces. On the outside, what you have is it just gets thin where it doesn't know, this is just going to flop and do whatever it's going to do. So this becomes another point where you can have a compound surface, and you can accent this little lip, come in, but you don't want to break into the cone that is your support, right? And then this is tension, because it's a transition, right? Think of taking, any piece of fabric and sort of twisting it. You have a weight shift here. And does that make sense?
Yep.
So whenever you're putting dents into things or waves into things like on these edges, just think about why it's happening, right? And even when we're making up our own shapes, tension is very important. Think of things sort of as like edge dynamics is sort of like taking a long clown balloon, a long tubey balloon, filling it up with water and then starting to make it S curves, right? You one hand up, one hand down, so you start to get it moving through. And what you wind up with are curves that look like that. Well, probably a little smoother than that, but right. So when I talk about weight in curves, this is what I'm talking about. You can draw or sculpt, an S into something, or you can give it weight, because your center of gravity is really sort of this line. And then the directionality or the weight of the curve is coming in. It hits its point. Now it's structural. It comes back in. Oh, hits that support point, comes back in. So this is what makes dynamic curves. And so when I talk about weight, this is what I'm talking about. This is where the weight of these curves are. And then this is the spine of the curve. And this, like if this were floral, the weight of the curves there. This is supportive, right? And then this is where those little dimples can start to happen, right? Because now tight comes out here. This is breaking, so it can change direction again, right? So I gotta get. I keep saying right. It's really annoying. I'm waiting for responses. I'm like talking. I'm like right. It's like just stop. Just stop.
Start saying yes every time you say right.
That's
Yes,
it's
yes, sir.
yes. Yes. So, but this is the weight. That's the spine. And then this is peripheral, right? That's off that structure. So this could flip-flop in any direction, and it would make sense. Like you could come in here, and this is where, especially on flowers and things like that, fabric, once you're off this support, this is where you could start to get but you're not going to get it here because there's tension here. So the closer to the peak of that curve, the more you have structural breakdown. And, you know, it makes sense. It doesn't look like it's coming out of nowhere. But as soon as you start to get to where that transition point is, you're not going to have a lot of waves in here because this is the tension. This is where it's rolling over one surface and into another. So you're not going to get a lot of waviness here because this has structural tension. Right.
Yes, that is right.
And also think of directionality. If you have the waves, very rarely are they going to be, especially in a surface like this, you're not going to have an even set of waves. You're going to wind up with motion. And so that's where you can get multiples because we've broken off of our support mechanism, right? Think of that like as a bicep. And then this is just stuff falling off. It's that fringe. So it supports things differently. So that's what when I'm saying think of things structurally, this is what I mean. You really want to understand why you put a curve or a hump or a lump in something. Why is it there? Even if we're dealing with abstract shapes, if you understand the story and structure of these curves and forms, they look more natural. Right?
That is right. I have an understanding, and that is right.
Yeah. I gotta move this down. This is really annoying me. There we go. What? Oh, I'm missing plugins. I'm like, my brushes is in the wrong place. There we go. I kept looking for it right. See, I'm a creature of habit. I was looking for it right here, but it didn't go down that far. You're like, yes. He said, right. Yes. No, right here. Yes. And then bigger picture. That's doing that. That's doing that. This is why this is breaking, because this is a nice supportive structure, right? Shh.
Yes, that is right.
This becomes another supported structure. And, you know, you don't have to be this literal, but as things are starting to bend, break, and curve, what is it? Like if you're thinking about it as fluids and gravity, or balloons filled with fluids and gravity and motion, where do these forms happen in nature? How do they form? And then you can do beautiful things with them. That's where, I mean, obviously Art Nouveau is my guiding force in life. So the conceptualization and realization of an organic world, a stylized organic world, no one does it better than Art Nouveau. It's just an incredible, you sit back and look at how it was translated from jewelry into architecture and some of Hector Guermont's houses and the visualization and realization of these insanely ornate, complicated forms translated into some of the most simple forms at the same time. You know, that's a bad sentence. I'm never going to be known for my quotes. But let's look at this real quick. This is acting funny. No, that's why. You do not want your restoration set at 1 in your quick saves because every minute it'll save if you're not doing anything. That's a bad idea. We want it every 40 minutes. Okay, so I mangled your part a little here, but I think I got across... Because, I mean, like, this stuff was excellent, you know. You just had some extra fluff here that made no sense. And I would have found a moment in the back edge here to give us a rollover or something, just for visual interest, you know, just keeping those surface complex. Because at the end of the day, what we're hunting for is something that is reflecting and giving us interest in surfaces. And you can see as this rolls, the shadow happens, but now we have this lovely bright edge here. You can see it happens here, this nice bright edge and something dark. Right, you know, this is a really nice, voluptuous shape. This is rolling, then it's breaking. Right, you can see our support, and then it kind of rolls off. Righto?
Indeed. I get the gist of it. I think what you said in general is that everything I did was perfect and I have nothing left to learn.
That's exactly what I said. You're my first candidate for my certification course.
Yeah, A+++. Carmeet did have a question which I think applies to that small fold you did up top.
Yeah. How much do you have to dig under? Honestly, very little. I mean, here, let's turn this into a fold. Right, this is right on the edge of our little groover here. So even that, and this is why I use clay tubes. One, I can't build up too much. I can stroke across this all day and it's not going to get any deeper. But two, this is where people draw on lines because they're trying to define an edge, right? So their concept of defining an edge is, oh, I'm going to draw that. Look, it's an edge. That's not an edge. There is no transition here. So this is the main reason that I use clay tubes for 98% of... on the stream the other day, it's probably a month ago, it was hysterical. A woman wrote in, she's like, I don't understand. You're not really teaching anything. You use one brush and all you say is, don't draw on the surface. I'm like, well, I do repeat that a lot. I'm like, well, if you learn not to draw on the surface, I wouldn't have to say it so much. But I'm defining my line by the edge of my square alpha. So you can see, even just here, by raising that up because of the edge that I've created, that was 3 passes, and we have an edge. Now, once you get to twist, oh, I wish I could breathe. My allergies are killing me.
Be happy you're not in California.
Oh, I know.
I can't go in my yard anymore. There's too much smoke.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'll tell you, I love California. If you can't make money in California, well, if you can't make money in LA, you're not trying, or you just have no talent, But, well, then if you're willing to sell yourself, you can make money in LA, but that's a different issue. I tell you, the air, it's so much different. The Pacific Northwest, I'm going to say this publicly. I feel really bad. It doesn't rain every day here. It's actually quite wonderful. And the weather's great. Like in the winter, you might have an inch of snow. On a weird, aberrant year, you might get 4 inches of snow. In the summer, they post warnings that old people are going to die in their apartments when we have weeks of 80 to 90 degrees. I don't know. It's really heaven. And there's air. It's just going from every time we go down to LA for the summit. Tony and I get off, and we're both instantly asthmatic. We're like, oh my God. So you can see that here you don't have to dig back very much. Now, if you're talking about a lip like this, as opposed to just on a flat surface, I'm actually going to exaggerate this quite a lot. So you can see that's not very much at all. Or, I mean, this is very fat. Taking twist, coming through. All right, way to go, Slabo. So here it's really about reflectivity, right? So we're looking here, and this is really reflecting as a plane, so it looks like it's coming up. It looks like it's going to meet with this because the geometry that we're seeing is this is coming up like this is coming like this. We don't have a thin lip, we have this big thing where all we have to do is come in and just change this reflection path and just scoop this in a touch. And this isn't really about digging in, it's about changing the direction that this is reflecting. Knock that off a touch. You can see our profile has changed just a little. We just have that little lip right there as opposed to it coming in straight. And now that reads much more dramatically overhanging. Ugh, boy, bad sentence day. Sorry, guys. It looked good, better, I'm sure. Because these surfaces here are now, where's my thingy-my-bob? Where this were a straight edge, these are just reflecting like this, where by scooping, we're changing this reflection to kind of doing that. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So much of this is learning sort of optical illusions tied to reflection. All right. Okay. So do you have any questions about how I mangled your model?
Nope, I'm thoroughly offended.
It was perfect before you
It
started.
was perfect before. You screwed it up. I want a refund. Please don't give me a refund.
Nadia? Do you have a voice? Oh, you're at work. Sorry. All right. First issue, you're kind of... Now, I'm not saying that you can't find a picture of a lily that does fold over in this direction. But by having it fold towards us, we're actually making the piece smaller. Does that make sense? So let's go all the way down. Oh, look, I'm so proud of you. You have... Now, this is a slightly large base model. try to keep your base models in that. You remeshed this or something, didn't you? Okay, that's fine. When you remesh, try to remesh back down in that below 1,000, because what you're doing, you only have, what do we have? We have what, 5? You're at 1.7 mil with only 5 subdivision levels. You really want to be able to get as big a spread from that lowest to the highest subdivisions. All right, let's go back to our lower res. And I am going to boop. Try to change the direction of this. And you can see if we had less resolution, this would be an easier transition. That's all pretty good. Actually, that's pretty good. All right. And so now let's go to the top and let's punch this out and about a little. All right. I still want this edge. Okay, so let's pull this out a touch. Okay. So do you see the difference in my moving here? So this is move. So I can kind of just touch here. It's going to move anything within, hold on. Oh, there we go. Look at that. You can see the hump here, right? So it's moving within this. It doesn't matter, or it doesn't mind that it's distorting this mesh. Where move elastic is going to try to keep all of these squares the same size. So as I move it, do you see how it's what it's thinking? Oh, that square's grown 2 millimeters. So I need to make these go 2 millimeters. So it allows you to do some, especially at low poly, it allows you to do some big general movement, right? See how it's really struggling to keep those polys the same size. Does everyone see that? Where move is only within the context of the fall off of the brush. Or they don't call it fall off, they call it focal shift. Moto ruined me because fall off just makes sense. Focal shift makes sense, but years of doing my base models in Moto, focal shift is my word for that, and it's hard to change it. All right, so I had to pay attention here. Oh yeah, no, it can be challenging, and that's why we start with it, honestly, because what's funny about that statement is, in all reality, all of these are two-dimensional objects. this is just a two-dimensional object that changes perspective on us. The next step is trying to get actual three-dimensional images. Through sight, there really is no such thing as 3 dimensions. It's a two-dimensional platform. Our interaction with space and form, it's tricky, weird. There's some really wonderful white papers written about dyslexia being an evolutionary trait as opposed to a screw up or something negative, because dyslexia has been growing dramatically since the advent of TV and photography and then TV, because one thing dyslexia does is it allows you to interpret two-dimensional to three-dimensional space differently. You have a better awareness of three-dimensional space for the most part. And it's funny, if you look back through history, almost all, and of course there are some examples of it not, but almost all really good sculptors were dyslexic. And it's just a different perception of three-dimensional space. Now, taking TVs or monitors and interpreting the two-dimensional images and forms into three-dimensional images and forms, it's an interesting trait, this dyslexia. Wow, I didn't even touch that, did I? My friend bringing me coffee, and I haven't touched my last coffee because I was talking to you. It's your fault. It's a little better. Okay, so, and once again, if the story you were telling was about, a lily that's just opening, or it's, enclosed in, like, let's say you were making a piece for a schizophrenic friend or a manic depressed friend, and you're trying to imply that this is closed and it's rolling in on itself. Just look at this image compared to this, right? It's collapsing in. It's something that's falling. It's collapsing into itself. This is a pretty dark image in some ways. And so by flipping it, dragging it out, it allows our eyes to travel, the form's pointing out. It becomes a much more sort of lofty form. And yes, you're going to hear me talk all emotional about shapes. Whoa, that wasn't it, by the way. So let's get that going. So by simply kicking this edge out, I think you've opened the part up quite a bit. Now, once again, these are not pieces that I'm necessarily worried about wearing, right? Because wearability, if we kick this edge out too much, it becomes something that pokes into you or cuts into you, or, it can become something that is not pleasant to wear. I'm going to say, as a general rule, worry about what the part looks like, and then think about how it wears. And that's sort of the final. So the process: block up, sculptural block up, sculptural detail and tuning, prepping your model for print. So within that transition between the finesseful sculpting and prepping your model for print, that's when I start to think about wearability. Because, I might have something that's woo, 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 and I really love it. Everyone's like, oh, it looks great. So how do we transition this into something like this, where the points are coming away from the body, but still has the same visual silhouette? So, sculpt away. And the more you do this, the more you realize, oh, well, this is going to be the back of this. I can't put spikes on the back. That'll come with the conceptualization. Jesus. I know, I'm like, Mr. Flubber guy.
You know what they say? English is the second language you learn. First language is baby talk.
I think technically I learned German before. Okay, hold on. Well, I'm myopic OCD. I took pills for it. I mean, like literally, it makes me nuts when people are like, "Oh, I'm so OCD. I don't like it when people touch my pencil." Okay, that's sweet. I literally like have emotional collapses and have anxiety attacks if things are moved sometimes. So, yeah, I guess it's all relative. And so instead of listening to music, which allows my mind to open up and have free space, I listen to books on tape because now my subconscious is locked to a linear narrative and it really wants to hear what that is saying. So it focuses on that as opposed to me going, oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. Oh, no. Yeah. Welcome to my brain. That was the process.
That was really animated.
Right? You like that?
I like those sound effects.
Yeah, no, it's pure ass. Let me tell you, nobody wants it. I mean, it's nice. It makes me detail oriented, but it's not worth it. All right, so all we've done here is kicked that out and changed. So you can see now what we have is a shape that's kind of pointing this direction, right? We have this directionality now where, let's go back to the first. You have that point, but when your eye's traveling, what happens is you're looking, this is a nice dark shadow. You see this line, it's coming, it's going to hook back to this bright point, and you get sort of this. And actually, this sort of becomes the focal point. We're actually, in a lot of ways, traveling down and in. Do you all see that? Because what we have is a circle return, right? This is an enclosed form now. And all this is kind of pointing to here. I've been working with, I've been trying to work with, I'm not an institution yet, so it's very hard to get someone to lend me a $300,000 piece of equipment. There's this eye tracking software, and I really want to codify some of this and work with a guy who's doing this so we can use eye tracking as a tool. It's just another tool in your toolbox while creating, as opposed to it's always afterwards looking at it. What's nice is, I mean, this stuff right here is beautiful. You really have this sense. We have a good breaking shape. You even just stroked in some of those transition lines that I was talking about. You have this structure. I mean, if you look, this is really good, right? This is the bicep, right? These are the flanges. Here is your bicep. Your transition's nice. And look right here. Your little peak lip is right there where it should be. So you really, you have this, right? Structure, really all of this from here. Ooh, we do not want to cancel that. Or we do want to cancel that. Right? Because this is your structural. This is all the flippy floppy stuff. And it's nice because it is flippy floppy stuff. So this is really constructed beautifully, and you do understand a lot of that surfacing. You just created a form that is collapsing internal as opposed to being expansive and open. I have seen the haptic devices, and honestly, for people who have never physically sculpted, and that's what you learn on, I think they're probably absolutely awesome. But I was a sculptor for 30 years before I ever touched a computer. And I know, like, a stylus in this Cintiq is much more realistic to me than the haptic response. I just haven't had much luck. They just don't feel right to me. Like, the pressure isn't real, right? It's imagining what that feedback is. So I haven't touched one in 15 years. You know, they may be absolutely incredible now, but I know the good one. I think it's like what starting price, like $28,000 for the good one. Yeah. Okay, so I think I hope we understand this. Let's come back out to here. And you can see we've just pushed this around a little. But by opening this up and kicking this up, this now is taking us up and out. This is open. It's expansive. And really, that's pretty close to all we needed to do. Let's, obviously. Now, see, because there's so much rollover here and how I pulled this out, you really, crap. I guess I should have, and here's another reason why we save our subdivision levels. When some ding-dong adds spikes to the back of your piece, you can get rid of them really quickly. Also, was it Henry who was talking about not being able, like, over smoothing on these low subdivision levels? Once again, remember that this is pressure sensitive. So you can just tap it and it's not going to be real aggressive, right? Now, when I press hard, see how it gets aggressive? So your pressure really has a lot to do with how these tools react. You can see that I can creep up on this just really softly, right? Without just blasting that surface out. And you can see even after smoothing those spikes out, we still have that surface texture, right? And that, you can see, let's look at our, and this is, so I like to think about, and I don't know if this is going to make any difference to anyone else, but there are two sort of different states of smoothing. There's the high resolution smoothing, where I'm just trying to get rid of the surface detail and not change the substructure. And then there's the low mesh, where we're changing the substructure, but we're not changing the surface detail. So they're almost opposite actions at different subdivision levels. Let's get up here and let me just do some obvious, just so we can see it. Rake. Okay, that's surface detail. This dent and that lump and that dent are structural issues, right? So at this level, I can take smooth and I can get rid of the surface detail, right? But you can see that I'm not really changing my structure. So now, when we go lower res, what I want to do is relax the mesh. I'm not smoothing the surface. I'm relaxing my substructure. So now I'm coming in here and let's look at our grid, right? We're homogenizing that base grid and we are relaxing that mesh. So this isn't smoothing. I view this sort of as relaxing my substructure. And I'm just going to give it one more. And you can see my polys are homogenizing. They're not pokey and wonky. And now we can come all the way back up. And we still have our lines. So when we're thinking about smoothing, it's two different issues: high resolution smoothing and low resolution smoothing. And this is, or low resolution relaxing. So you got to think about when you're at those low resolutions and you're smoothing, you're really relaxing the mesh. You're turning it in. It's going to try to homogenize back to its most simple form. So I think if you think of it that way, or I've found that when I think of it that way, my expectations and usage are tuned to those expectations, right? I know that if I hammer it, I'm going to relax that mesh back to the most simple homogenized form that it has. Right? I'm disappointed in you, Henry. You missed my cue there. But you can see here, we can smooth all this away, but I haven't changed this hump. I haven't changed this scoop, this little hump here. That's the main difference. All right, so let's come in here. We're gonna come here, boop, 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 boop. And this actually is a nice little transitional point. That can be like a little edge pinch where you lose a little structure. Clay tubes. Knock that back a touch. Now you can see at this point, I'm not really coming in and defining that edge cleanly because I don't need to. It's pretty much there right now. And as we truly finish the part out is when I'll come in here and really decide, oh, okay, well, no, I really want this lip to be here. Because don't ever think during any time, oh, I know why it's so hard for me to breathe. I have this damn back brace on. My abdomen isn't, I'm like, I feel really short of breath. I have the only way I'm sitting here is I have this really, it's almost like a corset on. And well, that explains a lot. I never tied that together. Why I can't breathe right now. I can't breathe through my nose and my abdomen isn't expanding. Yay. Being a crippled is awesome. Getting old sucks. Don't do it. All right. And you know, this can become a nice transitional shift where this gets thin and lippy. And that's leading to that hump there. And you can play with that. But, you know, this whole surface is absolutely wonderful. It's lovely. Even your stroking is nice, right? Did have a little hump here. You know, once again, keep your forms in until they break. That could have been me moving stuff around too. I'm sure it was actually because your curves are lovely. Yeah, that's my banana hand. But you can see even here, you have the surface breaking here. It probably is going to do it up here. So that you probably, and that comes back down to thinking, where are you? Yeah. So thinking about these things in those primary forms, right? Cone. Because if there's a dent here, why? And what are the repercussions? Right? Think of fabric. You know, if this is a cone and this is a separate cone, what you're probably going to wind up with is a scoop here. Right? Because this is going to come in, this is going to come in, this is a transitional form. It's not going to be a hump, it's going to be a scoop. Right? Now this is coming that way. So it's just like I'm trying to boop. Just like in fabric, right? If this is this, oh, did I missed it? Nah, it's okay. Okay. And then, right, so it's clay buildup. I'm like, why is my brush so lumpy? It's so lumpy. Right, in fabric, you have one supportive ridge, you're going to get a pinch that's going to climb out of that. So think about your forms, especially things like this, in the concept of fabric. I think we're very familiar with how fabric works. Hey, Seagull, how's it going? Now, the other thing is, when we're thinking about our forms and stuff, if you'll notice, often I will, in my, what I call my sculptural block-up phase, like, I'll come in and I'll define a plane. I'll define a plane. I'll define a cone. And I'll keep things pretty sharp. And this is defining my reflection planes, right? I'm defining how I want the light to work. And so this is another good way of defining when and where you have those breaking and supportive issues, right? So and I tend to like to work planularly, and then I just knock my edges off, right? But now I have my reflective planes. Boom, 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 boom. Does that make sense? Yeah, this is all recorded to YouTube. Here's another place, and I know you didn't make this, but here's another place. So you have this going like this. This is a nice transition form. It could be a nice, smooth, subtle form. And when that becomes metallic, right, it gives you these really nice bright edges and dark edges where you can see the more this is filled in, the simpler that reflection plane becomes. See that compared to that. So you can really dictate where your eye is traveling with light and shadow. But no, this is, once again, it's a beautiful model. I really like your transitional weight here, how it has a belly in it as opposed to being a cone. Now, your shapes are really nice. I like your little finishing detail there. I like this because a lot of people, you have like this kind of herky-jerky, it's like gurk, gurk. And to define my vocabulary, these little shifts, right? You're going this way, and then you're going this way, and then you're going this way, and you're this way. So anytime you hear me refer to a hitch, this is sort of a hitch, where it's a change in direction. And, this is really a nice natural form. No, beautiful. Do you have any questions? Because you're killing it. It's really nice to see you guys making such nice, conscientious work this early on. Yay, team. Yeah, of course. So, is Catherine in the class? Is this something... It was just something that someone in class just wanted me to look at. Because as lovely as this is, it's not a lily. But we will look at this just real quick in this sense. This is what I mean by drawing on a surface. Yeah, no, it's, you could be here, just be polite. And, be conscientious, that's all I ask. Because I am sort of stuck doing this on my public platform. So we can see here, right? And when we look out, this doesn't have depth. It just becomes a linear detail. This is one thing that I want everyone to remember. And let's look at it again here. If you take a series of half rounds, now, I will use these if I'm doing something like this, hash marking. Because what that allows us to do is it actually creates more separation in those parts if it's half round. Because from all the directions, we have a hot spot, and it becomes something that separates your surfaces by homogenizing the surface. And what I mean by that is this. If we have a plane, if all we're doing is this, you lose plane continuity, and all you're getting is the specific reflection from whatever angle you're looking at. Now, for something like, hash marks on the stuff, that's great, because what it does is it gives us a nice hot spot at whatever angle we're looking. So if we're looking at this angle, we get a very homogeneous, repetitive reflection, right? So half dome hash marks actually are pretty good because it's doing what we want it to do, right? We get this nice surface, it defines its own surface, and it separates itself from this surface, right? And then, depending on what direction you're going, let's use twist and pull it this way. And now that's a really nice object that is sitting on top of the surface. Let's go the other way. And it's a great sitting below the surface. Well, here, you do actually have to then come in and fill this in. So it is telling the correct story. Right, but it's a plane because, and it doesn't matter how, well, I mean, if you make it really dramatically different, it'll show, but, even if these aren't even, it's going to read even. So that's why, instead of using that's why I tend to use this, spread them out, and now you have steps. Well, I didn't get rid of that enough. And do you see what we're trying to do here? Instead of having this silhouette, what we're doing is we're doing this, and then it rolls. So you're getting the brightness at this angle, not all the way around. So when this rotates, this plane, these are going to be reflective differently than a half round would, right? So, hold on. Right, these are planes with a half round edge, as opposed to, now if we go all the way back here, you know, these read nicely, but you're homogenizing this surface. You're not creating any kind of reflective difference. So now let's come back to what I was talking about, because people are probably like, what in the hell are you talking about? Let's look at this real quick. So instead of sort of drawing these lines and making them half rounds, let's smooth this out real quick. And this is tiny stuff, and this is where it's important. Is so now we'll take twist, and let's bring that in, bring that in, and now flatten that. Oops, sorry. And instead of making these rounds, we're going to make these slightly flat. I'm going to make that flat. Make that step back. We're going to use twist. Wrong way. Much interesting. So you can see now I'm thinking about how these planes are going to reflect as opposed to just drawing a swirl. Wow, this thing is humming. And you can see by using clay tubes, I'm really creating flat planes as opposed to half rounds. So this, just by using clay tubes, wow, this thing is lagging. There's something up with this model. Yeah, that's funny. So you can see it has some depth there as opposed to, come on, you can do it. Oops. Right. This becomes a flat surface. these become reflective planes. Why is this thing chug humming so bad? Well, I guess it's easier to see here. Right, you get hot spots, low spots, transitions. These are definite planes as opposed to just half domes. Sorry, for some reason this model is chugging. I might let's look at the settings. Yeah, I changed my lazy step to 0.0003, lazy smooth 12, roll distance 10. So yeah, I changed it a little, and then you turn lazy mouse off. But it knows that it keeps that stepping information. So once again, does anyone know if Catherine's in the class or if this is something that came out in a different way? Yeah, same settings as Claytube. Well, my Claytube's 8. My lazy smooth is 8, not 12. Okay. So, once again, does anyone know if Catherine is in the class? Is this something I should spend time here doing? Because I think this was something that someone just wanted me to look at as opposed to go over here, because this is a little out of context of what we're doing for the class. Oh, she is? Okay, well then let's just run over this. And I mean, this is slap because for some reason my machine is choking on this, and it's not that big a model. I mean, there's no reason why I'm choking here. So instead of making these, here, we'll just do it with one simple plane. So a half round, I'll do a half round up here, right? I'm just going to put another line here and put a line here. You have that compared to planes. It's so funny, it's still laggy. Bizarro. And you can see I'm going to twist this plane in a different direction. And then once again here. Twist to define these edges. And because I'm just being a slob, let's clean that curve up some with move. So let's just look at this area right here, right? Come on. Let's go to something reflective. So see how bright that edge is? And then as we roll around, this becomes bright. We roll around, this becomes bright. But these are distinctive steps. Even look at how small that step is. But that looks like a nice step. This is behind this. That's a clear story, right? Now let's go back to the beginning. Is it trying? Now see, these are bright, but they're just these silhouette brights. Now, because this is only 2 lines, it's not quite as obvious as if there were a bunch of them. But I just want you to avoid, unless you're really trying for a surface to kind of become flat, almost like a grate, right? You want this nice repetitive pattern, but it's going to read flat. Because which one's in front of the other? Which one's, you don't know. So that compared to this. So look at where our highlight is. You just get this nice little bright edge right there. But here, look, that reflective plane's, that reflection's 3-4 times wider than the half. And then here, if we punch this down, like if I were really trying, I would take that and that would physically give this a little bit more of a step. Because once again, when you're down here, this is like 1/2 mil. See how much brighter those are? So that's the first thing. Let's go back to this guy. Boop. And you can see it here as well. Especially in faces, you're going to have to make these a little bit more melodramatic. Why? Oh, because that's not twist. I'm like, why is that not twisting? And then here, you're breaking the continuity of her forehead. You're digging the hair into the head. Where, by simply doing that and smoothing, it's now sort of sitting on top of the head. So you want to make sure that those are clear separations. Because, you know, we're dealing with something that is what? I mean, you know, that whole head, what, 1.29 mil, 1.34 mil. The 11 mil is because we have symmetry on, so it's going back the other direction. So you're dealing with, you know, this is 1.5 mil. So you need to kind of make sure that you really exaggerate some of this stuff when we're getting this small. And this is not the answer, just using a cutting tool. Because look what happens if you just cut these details in, you flatten out the model. Where if, let's get this going, let's make this a little smaller. Need a little bigger. I'd probably divide this a little more just so, like I said, knock this back, kick this up. And see here, these aren't drawn on. This is pretty good. These have layers. But let's turn this back on. I would exaggerate it a little more. Oops. Oop. When these are layers, they just read better. Right. So you need to kind of punch the face up a touch. Yeah, that's nice. I mean, not like this is going to be seen. Be careful. This is a back face masking issue. See how this is all drawn up on this surface? Whatever brush you used here, it sucked all this geometry up into here. So be careful about your back face masking. Yeah, once again, especially when it's this small, exaggerate this stuff. And you see how I went up a little higher? That's just going to read darker. You know, you got it. Once again, you got to think of things in scale, because at the end of the day, this is probably, what, this big? So what's going to sell? This is where, especially with things this small, now her eyes are closed, so that's one thing, but I find that, oops. Creating your eye and then just giving it a nice reflective form and cutting this stuff back and in. Right, this is going to be dark. Excuse me. This is going to be dark. And so really all you're working on, I mean, see how you can see the little pupil? I mean, I can still see it there. Right, so scale is important here, and don't get me wrong. I put like tattoos on the sides of things this sky, because one day we're going to be able to print that small. Obviously, this isn't anything to worry about right now, because you'll homogenize this at one point by decimating. But this kind of stuff right here, where you have these overlapping coplanar surfaces, these surfaces will cause prints to fail. Right? This is the stuff that blows prints up. So as you're working, I tend to always try to go back, smooth the stuff out, get it clean. Now, I'll show you how to deal with this later on, and it's not an issue that this stuff is there at this point. But as you're building, think about this stuff. I try to get it out as I'm moving along. You know, this stuff right here. This will kill you in print. And I understand you're distorting it and just trying to get it out there. So it's not a big deal, but these are things, these are the trouble spots you have to worry about. See how these are coplanar here? Right. Those two surfaces are overlapping. That'll kill you. That'll blow stuff up. It'll make your models fail. Once again, we'll get to how to deal with that stuff later. And I see how you did it. It's not a big deal. And like I said, at this point, you're just thinking about image, not necessarily model feasibility. Yeah, I think, once again, I think that if you make, because you see how these are just high ridges, right? If you make them reflective surfaces. So think of them sort of as steps. And it'll still read nice and airy, but you'll get broader reflective surfaces, and that'll lead to something that reads better when it's this small. See this as opposed to, oh, well, I have symmetry on, so. And once again, see how this is sort of like a finger? This is where doing the nice sharp edge. Now, can anyone tell me what I'm doing wrong right now? You can do it. What did I just do that was wrong that's going to lead me, when I look at my model in 10 minutes, I'm going to be like, what happened here? BFM. No. I have this on quad symmetry, and I used twist. And so you're focused here, right? And we're trying to, and once again, if you'll notice, this was a big half round where I'm going to try to break it up sort of into planes because I want a more complex reflective surface. I don't want this to look round. This is supposed to be thin and airy. So I really want to make sure that I get it looking thin and airy. And that can be done by changing our reflective surfaces. Now, boom. Right, so you've sat here and you've worked on this and you're super happy with it. You're like, yeah, look at that, it's awesome. And then you zoom out and you're like, what the hell? This looks like crap. Why? Tools with directionality don't work on more than one axis. So I would probably do this one side, and especially here because she doesn't have subdivision levels. Work on one half, make sure this half is good, and then mirror and weld. Boop. Why does it have... Oh, because I divided it. Hold on. Mirror and weld. So if you run into issues like this where you know that it's not going to work, don't try to brush, mirror and weld. Hello? Oh. That is because I did it the wrong way. We want a Y. So you change the axis right here. Or axis. Mirror and weld. Oop. So now you see how that... this is the wrong side, right? Now you used to be able to hold Alt down and do it in a different direction. It doesn't do that anymore. So what you need to do is come in here, hold down, go to mirror, flip it, and now mirror and weld. And now it's the good side. So now you have a mesh that is symmetrical. Now, for me, unless this is the other thing, don't worry about the other half until you're almost done, right? Keep your subdivision levels, do it, work it, just get one half done, mirror and weld it at the end, and you're sorted, right? Now let's see what we have here. Let's look at the rest of this.
Hey, buddy. You want me to reheat this?
Yeah, that'd be nice, actually. Thank you.
Yeah.
Once again here, you sort of broke your plane. See how there's a dent here where this is coming in? It's really important that you don't do this, because it breaks the edge continuity. And I'm going to go to planar line here. Right, so this is on this plane. Yeah, I guess it wasn't on that plane. That's a little better. But see, when you take a big dip out of that, it's kind of screwing your surface. So make sure, and this is where, make sure you're doing things in order. Work on the lower surface first. And I'm actually going to come in and put a plane here. And make sure that plane kind of lines up with this groover. SK trim polish. You notice I'm digging in here, I don't care. And then we'll determine this surface because it's important. Sharpen that up. Sharpen this up. Unless you're looking for something that is really soft, you want to make sure that these edges are pretty crisp, because what you have to understand is someone's going to throw this into a tumbler to finish it, and it's going to knock off all those edges. So, important. Now, the other thing to think about, I'm looking at this and you can see that it's sort of wobbly, and I can press on this a lot and I'm like, well, it's still wobbly. It's usually a height difference. So if we continually rotate your object, view it from multiple sides all the time, because you could be looking at something, this reflection looks like there's a bend in it. You'll sit there and screw with it forever, and it's not a bend, it's a height difference. So we're going to take this, we're just going to tune this little edge up a little so we don't have that dent. And now it reads like a smoother curve here. Now we come back. I use planar for things like this. See how this is kind of twisting out, right? Planar is really good for this, where you take it, you just knock it in, take it, knock it in. And now you know, see, now this line is coming through as opposed to doing that at the end, because we're trying to sell that this thing is going under one surface. Come in here, fill this out. It's funny. Sometimes models do this. It's very interesting, where there's something to do with the model where it just lags your machine. Often it's good just to copy it to a different subtool, or save it again as a ZTL and then bring it back in, because there's no reason that this model is pulling so much, no reason why it's lagging. And then see how there's this hump right here, and then that's kind of scooping up. Once again, all of the finishing, polishing, printing is going to try to create things like this, so you want to get rid of it as early as you can. Slide is a very useful tool in this case. We're just going to touch our surface over here and just kind of punch that back and in. Get the brush bigger and kind of tuck. escape, trim, polish, dip, sleep. And now clean up that edge so it's not such a pucker. And I'm just tapping that so it slides behind a little. And now see how that's really reading. This is coming up and over. This is coming around. On something like this, I would probably actually make this a flat surface, because I want it to read as a bright line. So give it that nice plane so you have that good reflective surface. Come back in, change this direction a little. Right. And you can then shoop. And you can make that thinner than that by creeping up on. But you can see that from back here, that now gives that this nice little flat reflective surface. So that's reading as a nice plane, right? You got to remember, a flat surface reflects sort of as one plane. A round surface, all you're getting is the reflection on that high edge. So how you want to dictate where the eye goes really depends on how you're playing with these surfaces. And you can see that, look at the difference between this and this. And I've sharpened this up. This was actually much softer when she did it. So let me kind of do that. Let's come back here. Let's go to a reflective material. See how that's reading as an edge, and this is reading as soft. Can everyone see that? Anyone out there? Have I lost everyone? I haven't seen anything in a long time. So you can see this flat surface right here is reflecting as one surface, right? But that's nice because it's allowing this visual complexity to be a contrast to this nice smooth area. So you're always looking for points of contrast. That's a big deal. And this is a nice example of it. Let's go back to this. So once again in here, I think I would probably punch this with twist. Wrong direction. And then come back the other direction here. Oops. And these are going to be crisper edges. Another thing to consider here is if you really want these to stand out as forms, right? This is where hash marking or texturing becomes a really useful tool. If you, boom, that's the one. And obviously in your finishing, this is going to be rougher, so it's not that big a deal, but, and this is where hash marks can really play a position or play a role in directionality of eye travel. So let's say you really want this to come up and point to the surface up here. You want your eye travel to be up. You can do hash marking where it's wider here. And then it gets smaller as it travels, or the other way around. And then instead of hash marks, you can always use, oops. So I have this pulled out is my form bump. And I found that this is just generally one of the best texturing tools. It holds liver of sulfur. Even if you can't oxidize it, it breaks the surface up so it's not as reflective. And so this is my sort of go-to for doing things like this. And you can't really tell because there's not enough resolution here. Hello. Oh, how to change brushes? That was weird. Turn the damn lazy mouse off. And so this is creating a surface that's reflecting all over the place. And it really gives you a nice punch. And it can be very tiny, but once again, that surface just becomes less reflective that way. And then we have, I would twist these. Am I still connected? Okay, good. Sorry, I just haven't seen the text move at all for a long time. I'm like, oh crap, did we get disconnected? I'm sitting here talking to myself.
We're just watching.
Okay. It's funny because I do dumb stuff like that all the time, so gotta ask. And you can see by using the twist, you're creating a bright edge here. And I'm just going to fill it up. But look at the difference between that edge and this edge, right? It's more reflective. It's a little brighter. And especially if we go to a reflective material. See how it has that bright line there? That's that half roll. You can see it here and here, as opposed to here. Right? Does that make sense? And here you can actually see how that reflective, just breaking that surface up, creates a nice separation. I don't know if that's what you were going for, but, just saying, if you want to, bumpling the surface gives it a much nicer right, it really punches. And I know this is probably too much, but I just want to, oops, way to go, Sparky. So you can always use texture to separate surfaces. All right. Okay, so the thing on the bottom here you got to be careful for, and I call this, I call them striking plates, because we live in a world of marble and cement countertops. And I assure you, day one, someone's going to take the ring and they're going to be like drumming on the bar top, blah, blah, blah. And all of this nice little detail is now gone. So, dead center bottom, I always have a high point that I call a striking plate. And so to keep the detail on this, I would probably do something Because I'll tell you what, if you put detail on something and then they knock it out in one afternoon at the bar, people get frustrated. But if there's no detail there, then people don't lose it or don't miss it, right? So don't give them something that's not going to last. And you'll see this shape a lot on the bottoms of my pieces because it works. And so now there's this raised area that has no texture. Now this is one of the places where cutting in detail works because you don't want an edge that can lose right here. Let's say you want something like that, right? Well, now that's just cut in. So as that flattens, you're not going to lose that much detail there. I would tend to avoid that because it's still something that has the potentialities of loss. And here, the other thing is, if you have stuff going over and under, make it go over and oop. Make it travel because you have a lot of depth here. So don't be scared to use it. These are actually behind this. Once again, a complicated curved surface reflects better than a flat one. Well, that's actually not true. A complicated surface is more dynamic than a flat one. And instead of this being drawn on detail, let's make it sculpted on detail. Give it dimensionality. Once again, don't do it this way. See how it's split? On something like this, I would tend to just do Y. And now you're just doing each side. I'm not too stressed about these being just a tiny bit different. Oh, wrong direction. Little damn keyboard. So I do the same thing. And so you're much more likely to keep. Look at how much metal they have to flatten down before it gets to your detail. And I tend to make this pretty dramatic because people wear things for a long time. Right? So they have to flatten that much material. Stop. They have to flatten. Okay, I muffed that a little. Right? They'd have to flatten that whole thing out before it gets to this stuff. So, sculpt dimensionally, pay attention to the bottom center, and you know, you could turn that into something bigger where it's actually part of, you know, the ring. So, and the other thing that's nice about something like this is that this now becomes a place where they can size the ring, right? They can cut it here and add a thickness in. I tend to make rings that no one can size, so I'm not really one to talk about this, but this is something that a lot of people will want, is some place where they can cut the ring here. And be able to add a piece in there, or they feasibly can cut that out, and that's a good size and a half change. So something to think about. I tend not to care about that I'm kind of a jerk when it comes to sizing. I like detail everywhere, so it becomes really a nasty thing for me to do to people. Right? No, but it looks great. You have this really distinct separation here, but it doesn't continue anywhere. I think that just as you have this kind of dimple area here. I think that I would probably continue this form even just through a little. And that gives an excuse for this dimple. Right? Yeah, something. I would give this a reason. Like I said, you have this here, but you have this kind of heavy spot, but now we have a place there that doesn't make any sense. Something to think about. Other thing I might think about doing is changing these planes some. So these are tilted down. Let's say that's the high point, so maybe these are cut in. These are cut at that angle. I'd punch that up a little. And you, if you were looking for geometric, ignore what the hell I'm saying, but and then, because this is almost, this is acanthusy, this is wheat E. I think that that's, it's a floral, so these are coming out of this. This is coming out of that. And I mean, you could keep it really sharp and geometric if you want, but and so now when you get into the reflective surface, these are not reflecting as one flat plane, right? They're in different directions. They're going to highlight differently. Where see how that's just reflecting as one plane, right? Where if we come back here, they have different directionality. Make sense? This? Oh yeah. No, you could totally print that. I mean, like I said, you'll need to punch the face, but that's printable. I mean, let me see if I have. Is it here? Well, I mean, like these. That's an 8mm bead, so this is about 12 by 15 mil. So this is really tiny. And you can see in here how the hash marks are used to separate those surfaces. So these are bright lines. And so this is a little bit more illustrative or illustration-esque. Right. I mean, you can get very, very tiny finesseful detail done. That's the model. That's the print. Those are 8mm. That's pretty small. Let me see if I have. I think I have details of the mermaids. Not good, but you can see the face there. And this wasn't done as cleanly as one of my more modern pieces, right? And yes, this is a picture of a screen cap of a picture, but you can see the face there. You know, it shows up. Well, Shapeways is crap printing. I mean, you need to go to a jewelry manufacturer who is producing it. That's the real key. Oh, and I do think that we have, at the end, we might be able to, once a model's approved and finished, that we'll get one produced for you in the class. I think that's worked out. We'll have to talk to Tony about that. But so at the end of this, hopefully you'll wind up with an actual piece. All right. How is everyone? What time is it? Okay. Been doing this for a little bit, right? Are there any questions about what we've gone over? I kind of need to stand up and move, so. Actually, on Form Labs, they have a list of casters that's pretty good. I have a list, but I have no clue where it is. Tony has it. I'm Form Lab Casting Houses.
I posted a link.
Oh. Look at this. It's just awesome having people who are more organized than me. Oh. Okay. How are we doing? Is everyone good? Anyone have any questions about what we've done or where we're going? If not, I'm going to go eat something. So, ask now or forever hold your peace. Well, until tomorrow, I guess, right? Here we go. I have no clue what the lag is. Oh, that's a hell of a lag. Oh my God, are we really? Oh no, that's. I'm a dipshit. Okay. No, there's not a big lag at all. I'm just a dork. That's funny. Look at that. What is up? That's not good. Mm-hmm. Oh well. Ah, crimey. For God's sake. Everything's always a pain, isn't it? Yeah, of course. Right? Wonderful, wonderful. Did we lose Carmeet? Really piss her off and call her Kermit. Okay. So if there are no more questions, we're going to call this for the crits. And you can see how I pulled 9-hour days doing critiques when we had 40 people in the class. All right. So are there people in class who showed up in class? are there people who showed up a little later in the class who do not have the Discord information? Because through Discord we can talk. Because I see... Does that make any sense, what I'm saying? Right? See, this is the thing that makes me nuts about streaming. Because I don't know how long ago I asked this question and then there's been no response. So I'm floating.
It's almost more fun to just let you float there.
I see how you are. I know. I see how you are. Oh, I see how this plays out. Look, no one's responded yet. So, so I know it's not me. Okay, we'll deal with it in class as well. Hopefully that'll be put up as a link, or I'll get it put on the main page. So it's.
Yeah, I put the Discord links in Artist Awake.
Okay, good.
It's in the chat and in the Facebook-like area. I don't know what to call that part.
Yeah, I have no idea. It's all confusing and weird to me. What do I know? Alrighty then. We're going to call it quits today. Thanks everyone for joining us and, hanging out and doing our thing. For disc. Huh? I'm confused. Hold on. Oh, goodness gracious. People are asking questions that I have no idea about.
I assume they mean on Twitch. You have a Discord link. It might be different than what we're using now.
Oh, no, it should be the same. My Discord link's bad? Well, that's good to know. Thanks for telling me that. I'll try to sort that out. All right. Oh, and are you trying to get it to come up? I don't even know how to get that to work. I am the most... I'm super bad with all this crap. I have to get young people to help me figure it out. Hold on. The Discord link is up here somewhere. Let me find it.
I just put it in chat if you want to get it from there.
There you go. So there it is. It's in chat. Okie dokie, artichoke. I will see you tomorrow. For those of you in class and those of you who are just lurking and joining us. Thanks for showing up and paying attention. I promise I'll start streaming again as soon as I get real internet at home. Elon Musk is not one of my most favorite people in the world. I mean, he's brilliant, but he just talks out of his butt too much. He doesn't think about things that he says, and he's kind of a tard in some ways. But God, I want him to get this internet thing sorted out. So me living in the middle of BFE, I can actually get internet again one day. Okie dokie. Now, I have to go to this thing to stop the chat, don't I? See, look, 3 damn programs to try to get this to go. Where is it? There it is, Streamlabs. And this is how sad I am. I have to use a separate program. So I use OBS for Pixelogic. And I use Streamlabs for me because I don't even know how to change the... You know what I'm talking about. All right, kind and gentle folk. I will see you soon. Have a wonderful day. Enjoy your weekend until who the hell decided class was at 9 a.m. Just saying. God, it's murder. Okay, now where do I stop streaming here? Where does it say stop streaming? Nope, that's not it. Boop. No. Oh, end stream. Yeah, I know. I don't want to hear it out of you.
The big red button.
I know. Well, on the other one, it says stop stream. I know, but normally it's up here. It says stop streaming on the other one. Okay. See you later, guys. Have a great one.
See ya.
Ciao. Oh, one more thing. These will be on the YouTube channel, but I have to change the title.